and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? And thank you for tuning in. I have a rare coin opportunity, folks, that is truly extraordinary. This is a field I've specialized in since the 1980s. I have assembled many of the finest collections for my clients over the years in the country. I have written many books on this series. My first book that came out in the early 1990s was really a monumental book because it had information on this series that was not available to dealers and collectors at that time. And it was a really good date-by-date analysis of the Franklin half-dollar series and the Kennedy half-dollar series and the Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, Jefferson nickel, and Lincoln cents, all struck from 1950 to 1970. But the focus was the Franklin half-dollar. And it was a really good, honest book that I had spent years researching. It took me about 5 years to complete. And I was really pleasantly surprised, even shocked, you could say, when it was a couple of years ago when my secretary went on Amazon and she saw copies of my first book being offered on Amazon. It was quite striking because when I first offered this book, it was $35. And here we have people asking, here's $225, $368, $400, over $1,000. Almost $1,700 for new copies of my first book. And what that tells me, and here was a book that was written almost 30 years ago. What it tells me is that it was a good, honest book. That my goal when I wrote it was to write a book that would not only be useful for collectors at that time, but for future generations of collectors as well. And so I'm really pleased that I was successful in that regard. And the set of proof Franklins I have for you today, folks, is a set that you will not find anywhere else in the country. And I have it at a most collector-friendly price. Now, the Franklin half-dollar series was struck from 1948 to 1963. It was the last half-dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. Imagine that, when coins were struck on 90% silver planchets, the Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, because nowadays when you get your change, all the coins are clad metal. There is no silver content. But the Franklin half-dollar series, the entire series was still struck in 90% silver. And there are so many rare dates in this series. And what I have again today is the proof series from 1959 to the last year of this series, 1963. An extraordinary proof 67 condition, folks. Now, you know, Ben Franklin was, to me, one of the most inspirational figures in American history. His accomplishments are really legendary. I had a biography on this man, and he was one of 10 kids. He had an education through the age of 10. He was basically self-taught. At the age of 12, he became an apprentice to his older brother who had a printing company. And his brother was, I guess you'd say, a pretty harsh taskmaster. So young Franklin ran away from his brother's business, and he made his way to Philadelphia. Now, running away from an apprenticeship back then was a serious crime. He could have gone to prison for it. But he ran away to establish a new life in Philadelphia, and it's his accomplishments at such a young age. This man, you know, on so many different levels. He was a great scientist. He was a philosopher. Yes, he was a politician. He was a postmaster, and again, an inventor. But most importantly, he was a civic activist and a diplomat. And for example, in 1731, he helped establish the first public library. 5 years later, at the age of 30, he helped form the Union Fire Company, one of the first volunteer fire companies in our country. And in 1751, when he was around 45 years of age, he helped establish the Pennsylvania Hospital. He also helped establish the University of Pennsylvania. All of this at such a young age, but his greatest accomplishment, really, in my opinion, came in the later years of his life, when he was 70 years of age. Folks, when you think of our founding fathers, all the great names in those early years when we were fighting the Revolutionary War, you had George Washington. Okay, he was the general. He was really the leader of our Revolutionary Army. At the time of the Revolutionary War, at the time of our Constitution, George Washington was 44 years of age. You know, he was among the older founding fathers because you had Thomas Jefferson. At that time, he was 33. John Adams was 40. Madison was 25. Paul Revere was 41. Hamilton was 21. Patrick Henry was 40. James Monroe was 18. Thomas Paine was 39. John Marshall was 20. These were young men. And then you had Ben Franklin, who was 70 years old. And yet he did more to bring about the success of our war against England than arguably any other American, with the exception of George Washington. Because it was Ben Franklin who was tasked with the duty of being our first ambassador to France. Now, why did they make him the ambassador to France? Well, we were badly outnumbered in our war against England, or in our fight for freedom. We needed some help, some assistance, and France was a potential ally. And so they sent Benjamin Franklin, because here was a man who was extraordinarily talented. And he met with the King of France, and he really impressed the aristocracy of France. And so he was able to get French assistance. Well, we all know about Lafayette. And that valuable French military assistance really helped turn the tide of the war. And we ultimately prevailed. Without that military assistance from France, the tide of battle could easily have gone the other way. And he accomplished this at 70 years of age, his final great achievement, folks. An extraordinary American. And so when I collect these Franklin half dollars, I mean, it's such an inspirational coin. They're the last 5 coins of the series in NGC Proof 67 condition. They're in my proprietary We the People NGC holder. And that is vitally important. Let's take a look at the 1963, the last year of the series. Not just Proof 67, graded by NGC, but reviewed by yours truly, and in a proprietary We the People holder. This is an exclusive, and this is truly, truly historic, because only coins that have been reviewed by yours truly, an area I've specialized in for over 35 years, where I have reviewed every one of these coins to assure you, the collector, that they meet the highest standards for eye appeal and quality for the grade. And that is so very important. So if you're going to get a Proof 67 and a We the People holder, it's going to be among the finest Proof 67s in existence. Now, before I go any further, I have to explain the difference of what a proof coin is versus a typical commercially struck coin. There are two kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce that we use for spending money, and then there are coins struck strictly for collectors, and we refer to them as proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they're struck in very limited numbers. Now, Sasha has a chart to show you the mintages of the Proof and Mint State Franklins from 1955 to 1963. And you could see that coins struck for commerce, well, the lowest mintage year there in 1955, they only struck about 2.5 million coins for Mint State, but only 378,000 proofs. By the end of the Franklin series, 1963, that final year, they struck almost 90 million Franklin half dollars in Mint State, only 3 million in proof. Now you go to the next year, for the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, 1964, just in 1964 alone, they struck over 400 million Mint State Kennedy half dollars. Now, what is the difference between a Mint State coin and a proof coin? Well, I have a few Franklin half dollars that are what we refer to as commercial strikes, coins struck for commerce. They never went into commerce, but they were struck for commerce, and here's the appearance of one of these commercially struck Franklin half dollars. Commercial strikes were coins that were struck off of dies that didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck once, dumped into bins where they would abrade with other coins. And you could see abrasions on the surface of this coin as I tilt it around. I'll get you another one here. Dumped into bins, they would go through coin counting machines. You can see a lot of cuts over the Franklin's cheek there and in the fields. I'll show you one final coin. They would go through coin counting machines and get dumped into bags, and so by the time you received it at the bank, the coin would be uncirculated, but it would have a lot of cuts and scrapes over the surface of the coin. And that's your typical Mint State Franklin half dollar. Now, since I first started collecting at the age of 10, though, I was always most attracted to proof coins, because proof coins represented the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And proof coins have been struck by the U.S. Mint since the early 1800s. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive. First of all, they take the finest dies and they will polish them and buff them until the dies have a mirror-like finish. They'll take the coin blanks and give them a kind of polishing treatment as well. And then they'll wash the blanks in a soap solution to clean them, and then wash that soap solution off the blank, or at least they were supposed to. And then they would take that blank and slowly feed it into the die. And each blank would be struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. Now, once struck, most importantly, those coins were not dumped into bins where they would abrade with other coins, but they were individually handled and placed in their own separate packet. Now, nowadays, when you buy a proof set from the U.S. Mint, they truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a 1991 set, folks, from the U.S. Mint in the original packaging. These were struck at the San Francisco Mint in the later years. And you can see, look at these coins, and they're all superb, flawless specimens. Coins are graded on a 70-point Sheldon grading scale from a low of 1, which is a coin that's heavily worn, where you could barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. No Franklin half dollar has ever received a grade of 70. There's no such thing as a perfect Franklin. The highest grade any Franklin has ever received in proof condition is a proof 69, and those are extremely rare. Proof 67s, especially in the We the People holder, where I have reviewed every one of these coins, are very rare. Back in the day when these Franklins were struck, they were minted at the old Philadelphia Mint. And I originally spoke about how proof coins represented the state of the art, the highest possible quality that the mint was able to produce given the technology of the day. And that last phrase is so important because in those early years at the Philadelphia Mint, the technology, folks, was really primitive compared to the technology nowadays when they make proof coins. I've got some original sets from that era. This is how they came from the Philadelphia Mint from 1959 to 1963. This is a 1962 set in original packaging. And when you cut it open, the coins were in the cellophane envelope. Each coin in its individual cellophane envelope. And you look at the half dollar and it looks pretty nice. In fact, the first coins I ever bought in the coin shop, the first coins I ever bought were a 1962 set of United States proof coins, very similar to this. And like this 1962 set, when you look at this set, the obverse looks really nice, but then on the reverse, when we zoom in, you see some obvious spots around 8 o'clock by the H in half. Those do not come off, folks. It's a huge problem for silver proof coins from this era. Here's another set, 1961 set. This also has a spot, a dark toning spot at 3 o'clock by the rim. Here's another set. I'm going to show you one more. This is one of my favorites. This is another 1962. Take a look at this. This is how it came from the mint, folks. Look at the spotting. This is one of the biggest problems when it comes to Franklin half dollars, is the milk spotting. We refer to it as milk spots because it looks like, you know, they're whitish, looks like milk spots, but actually it's a soap residue. One of the procedures when making proof coins, silver proof coins back then, was to wash the coin blank in a soap solution, and they were supposed to wash that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. Unfortunately, in those early years at the old Philadelphia Mint, the quality control was not what it was today. And most of those coin blanks, when they went into the die, had some soap solution left on the blank. And when that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that soap solution was struck into the blank. They became part of the coin. I've got some generic NGC Franklins to show you these soap spots. Here's some in proof 65 condition. A gem condition coin, but you see all that haze around the periphery, and you see the spot in front of Franklin's nose. And then the coin right next to it, there's a 1960 in proof 65. You could see the obvious milk spot in back of Franklin's head. And then there's the next coin, another 1960, with a real obvious spot over R in Liberty. Here's just one proof 66, 1959. Look at the black spot there at 3 o'clock in the field. That doesn't come off, folks. The 1959 right next to it, some real obvious milk spots right in front of Franklin's face there. And then here are some Franklins in proof 67. Now these are, I refer to these as generic NGC coins. They're properly graded. They're proof 67 coins, but they don't represent the finest possible quality and eye appeal for the grade. And that's why they are not in my exclusive proprietary We the People holder. There's a 1959, Proof 67, obvious spotting at around 2 o'clock by the rim. There's a 1960, there you can see the obvious spot just above God at around 7 o'clock. Lastly, there's a 1962. I've circled it so you can see the spot on Franklin's temple, another milk spot. Folks, because of the quality, eye appeal, and rarity, high-grade Franklins often sell for tremendous premiums. Here, the last date in the series, here's a 1963, Proof 67, $195. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. It's a very fair price. Here's another dealer, top-rated seller, $349 for a Proof 67. Here's a 1962, an ANAX, Proof 67, $499. Another 1962, here's one for only $180. Here's a 1961, Proof 67. That is high-end. $990 is what I would call an outlier. That's really outside the margin of what these coins typically sell for. 61 and Proof 67 usually is less than $990. I mean, a more typical price would probably be in the area of $100 to $300. Here's a 1960 for $249. And then the toughest coin of this group, here's a 1959 in Proof 67, $474. There's one for $800. The 59, folks, even in Proof 66, here's a dealer, top-rated seller, even in Proof 66, $400 for a 1959. And here's another one in Proof 66, $775. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Now, I specialize in these coins. You're getting not just any old Proof 67 Franklin. You're getting among the finest in existence. NGC has recently begun listing the populations, the rarity of these coins, the number certified in their census on their website. And you can find out how few Franklins have been certified in my proprietary We the People holder. You can see in those early years, 1955s, well, they've only graded 93 and 6.7, but they've graded 57 and 6.9. Well, they didn't have the milk spotting problem back then in those early years that they did in the later years. So in those early years, you see more coins in a very, very high grade. But when you get to 1958 and later, you had the problem of milk spots. So 58, only 162 graded in 6.7, 26 and 6.9. The first coin in this series, the 59, only 174 and 6.7. The next date, 1960, only 150 certified in We the People holders versus over 13,000 in the generic NGC holder. You get to the last three dates, over 18,000 in the generic holder, 196 in the We the People holder as of this point in time. There'll be more coins graded in the future. In 1961, 18,000 in Proof 67, but in the We the People holder, 196 coins. 1962, 249. 1963, only 188 coins. Now, there will be more, of course, more coins certified in the future in the We the People holder, but the point is they're going to be very few and very far between. Now, folks, this is my specialty. This is a coin I could easily offer for $300 to $400. And it would be a fair price. What I have for you today, if you want to get started off on the right foot, let's get started with that last date of the series, the 1963 Franklin, in Proof 67 condition. This is the perfect coin at the perfect price point. Not based on what the market will bear, but based on my cost. Because I want everybody watching today to get involved in this series now while I'm able to offer these coins at such record low prices. I've got this 1963 available for you today, folks, for only $75 a coin. $75 a coin in my proprietary We the People holder. Now, if you want to go further, I have the 3-coin set where you can get this 1963, the 1962, and the 1961. Okay, all 3 coins, the last 3 dates in the series, all in proof 67. And you can get this 3-coin set for an even better price of $219. That's $73 a coin. And then it gets even better. If you want to include the 1960, as we go back in time, these high-grade coins get harder and harder to come by. The 1960 had a much lower mintage. It's a rarer coin. But if you want the 4-coin set that includes the 1960, folks, you could have the 4-coin set for $299. That's just under $75 a coin. Now, if you're going to go that far, though, get the set with the 1959. Folks, this is such a wonderful opportunity. When you've got dealers offering these coins, and this particular date, the 1959, and proof 66 for $400 and $700, and proof 67s for $800. I've got the entire 5-coin set, not with just any old NGC proof 69, but one of the finest proof 67 1959s in existence. I've got the entire 5-coin set for $390 for all 5 coins. Now, when you get the complete 5-coin set, you're going to get a bonus, okay? My last book that came out, on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, published by Whitman, you're going to get a hardcover, limited edition, hand-signed and numbered by yours truly, with every set of 5. So you get the 5-coin silver set in proof 67. You get the book. You get an explanation. You get a brochure that explains the We the People holder, all the benefits that you get as a collector. Folks, the purpose, again, of the We the People holder is to use my expertise to guarantee you the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. I've been specializing in these coins for 35 years. I've written books on these coins. I've assembled many of the finest collections. But what I wanted to do with the We the People proprietary holder is guarantee you, today's collector, and collectors of future generations, a guarantee, a legacy that you will be acquiring among the finest known for the date and grade, so that 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Another benefit is that NGC has separate population totals for Franklins in the We the People holder. And as the years unfold, you will see how much rarer these coins are in a We the People proof 67 than in generic proof 67. There's another benefit as well. In addition to the independent population numbers, NGC will have a separate set registry for Franklins and We the People holders, so that if you want to assemble a set, and if you want a set listed in the NGC registry, there'll be a separate category for these finest proof Franklin half dollars. There are so many benefits that you're getting really free when you get these coins in the We the People holder and at really the lowest possible collector-friendly price based on my cost. Finally, you'll get this other brochure, which shows you visually the difference between a generic proof 67 and a We the People proof 67. You look at these two coins, and it's really easy to see the difference. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't have to be a collector expert. You don't have to be a trained numismatist to see the difference between a generic run-of-the-mill Proof 67 and a We the People Franklin in 6.7. Look at the deeper mirrors. That's what a proof should look like on the right side there. Deep mirrors, problem-free surfaces, extraordinary eye appeal, and that's what you're getting. Now, you're getting those brochures whether you get the 1963 alone, or the 3-coin set, or the 4-coin set that includes the 1960, 61, 62, and 63. But the entire 5-coin set for $390, not only do you get the brochure, but you also get the book. We have a lot of people calling in. This is an opportunity that I've spent years getting to this point in time when I can offer today's collector some of the finest, rarest silver-proof half dollars at such a collector-friendly price. Folks, you're getting so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity for only $390. You're getting some of the rarest dates. And again, every one of these coins has been reviewed by yours truly before it goes into the NGC proprietary holder. I can't think of a better way to get you started on the right foot. If you've never bought a United States rare coin before, this is the perfect coin to start. If you can only swing the 1963, well, that's a great, great place to start, folks. It's only $75. It's only $75 for this extraordinarily rare, high-grade United States proof coin. One of the last silver half dollars struck on a 90% silver planchet. So rare, so beautiful, at such a great price. But the 5-coin set, frankly, is the way to go, because there you're getting into some of the really rare dates in Proof 67. The 1960, especially that 1959, all for only $390. I hope you can take advantage of it. In closing, folks, I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't feel I had something really special to offer you today. A great United States coin that offers you exceptional eye appeal, quality, and rarity at the lowest possible collector-friendly price with the greatest possible future opportunity. And that's what I have for you today, and I really, really hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Show on Rare Collectibles TV. I would like to wish you and your family a happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin. One of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down. The dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed, and the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV own this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued. and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. That's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, what's lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
Want the latest numismatic news? Access to exclusive interviews? As well as secrets to collecting from RCTV hosts Jack, James, and myself? Well, then sign up for the Coin Chronicles, Rare Collectibles TV's monthly newsletter. Get instant access to all the inside information about coins that you crave with the RCTV Coin Chronicles. Signing up is easy. Just visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com and start accessing the Coin Chronicles today. Now, Jack, I think this may be our finest hour.
This is exciting.
This may be our finest hour.
This is something we've never had before. You know, when we're both here together behind the table here,
Yes.
usually it's something special, and this is certainly something special.
Well, you know, what makes it so special, folks, is that it is so collector friendly. And by that, what I mean is we have an early classic U.S. minted coin. These coins were struck about 100 years ago in mint state condition. Now, a complete set, for example, of St. Gaudens double eagles, which were struck from 1907 to 1933, in mint state condition, would literally cost you in the millions and millions of dollars.
Absolutely, easily.
A complete set of $10 gold Indians would be $500,000 to $1 million or more.
Yeah, be at least around $1 million.
And a complete set of half eagles
Even the $5 half eagle is
would be several $100,000.
easily a few $100,000 easily.
Now, folks, I want you to take a look at this. Mintage totals of the series
series, yeah.
struck during this era.
This is the Renaissance era, so these are not
Yeah.
just any gold coins.
Exactly.
These are the most beautiful gold coins. These are literally
Classics.
miniature works of art.
Exactly. Coins that were last struck in 1933, a lot of them were melted down.
Oh, yeah.
The last year of the 2.5 was 1929.
Right.
Take a look at this, folks. The entire $2.5 Indian head quarter eagle, if you took every date from that series, they struck 15 different dates.
Right.
The total mintage was 7,252,000 coins. That's the total mintage.
Right.
And a lot of those were melted down in the 1930s.
Exactly. And we're not just talking about one date. We're talking the entire 15 coin
Yeah.
series.
That's less than 500,000 coins per issue. And we can offer a complete set, all 15 coins for $35,000. Now, we don't have one of those sets for you today, but what we have is a great set to begin with.
Yeah.
A 5-coin set of some $2.5 Indians. 5 dates in this series.
This is actually kind of almost like the short set in like a Walking Liberty set. This is the
That's right.
last 5, the last part of the set. So you have the last 5 dates of this series.
Every example is in MS-63 condition, which, Jack, that's an extraordinarily high grade.
That's what we call choice brilliant uncirculated.
Yeah.
That's a great grade.
Take a look at these. You have the 1925D. They only struck 578,000 coins. About 33,000 have been certified in uncirculated condition. And here we have them in MS-63. If you go to the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world.
It's literally a national treasure.
The 25D in the Smithsonian, folks, is an MS-63, the same grade as the 25D we have in this set. The 26P in the Smithsonian is a 6.4, so it's 1 grading point higher. I mean, you put the two side by side, it's going to be hard to tell the difference, you know? And here, again, this is a matching 6.3 grade set, folks. Look at these coins. The Smithsonian 27P is an MS-65. Again, we have an MS-63 here. You're getting a matching set. 28P, the Smithsonian specimen is an MS-64. And here we have an MS, again, 1 point below the Smithsonian. And the same with the 29P, and the Smithsonian is an MS-64.
I mean, first off, if you're lucky enough to get one that survives in high grade, so many of them over the years were damaged. This was the most popular size to put in a ring, to put in a pendant.
Yeah, jewelry.
Because of that small
Yeah.
size, these were extremely
Yeah.
popular in jewelry. So many that would have survived
Yeah.
in mint state or in a nice condition,
Yeah.
were just destroyed because they get polished. Even if you put it in a bezel that kind of protects the edge, you just get so much wear and rubbing that they get kind of polished.
I think all of us have seen them in rings.
Oh, absolutely.
Extremely
Oh, yeah,
popular
pinky
coin
rings.
in,
Oh,
in
yeah.
rings, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so in undamaged, original MS-63 condition, these are coins that have never been in circulation, folks. The only reason they exist is because they came from the great European bank hoard.
Right.
These coins, the mintages were extremely low.
When we look at these mintages, I mean, obviously these are all very low mintages. I mean, there's only 2 of them that are barely over $500,000. You know, the total mintage for the series is only 7.2 million. 1928 Philadelphia made more St. Gaudens double eagles
That's right.
than the entire 15 day
Yes, exactly.
series
exactly.
of 2.5 Indians.
Yeah. Also, folks, 1933, you had Executive Order 6102, where there was a recall on the United States gold coins. Almost 16% of all those coins were melted back down
many of them were melted,
into
yeah.
bullion. That original mintage doesn't exist anymore. A lot of them were gone. As Jack said, a lot of them were damaged for jewelry purposes.
Right.
So you see these mintages and the populations for these coins in MS63 condition. They are so, so rare. Now, Jack, you're going to explain the design to us. So if we can get a close-up of one of these coins, because it's a unique design for the Renaissance era.
It is.
I believe it's the only time that this kind of design was used on a U.S. coin. It was not used before that this time, was it?
So the design for the 2.5, also the $5 Indian, which shares the same design. It's designed by the artist Bella Lyon Pratt. Now, Bella Lyon Pratt was actually a student of Augustus St. Gaudens, who a lot of you've heard of, who designed the $20 gold piece and the $10 gold piece from this era, worked closely with Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt first asked St. Gaudens to redesign our coins, but because he was up there in age and failing health, and he designed those two coins and then unfortunately passed away from he was suffering from cancer at the time. But Roosevelt then continued this mission to make our coins works of art. He got all of the greatest artists of the day, and a lot of them were students of St. Gaudens, because St. Gaudens was just the artist of the day. He was just the best of the best.
Right.
So Bella Lyon Pratt designed the $5 and the 2.5, and he came up with this very unique concept. Instead of having the design elements be in relief, meaning raised from the surface of the coin, the design elements are incuse. So the design of that Indian chief you see is impressed in, below the fields
carved
of the coin.
into the surface.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a really different look. It's a really striking look. They're harder to grade, and think of all that flat surface. Now you have the fields are the highest point. So you have all of this flat area of the coin that's the highest point. So they're going to get marks easy. They're going to get wear easy. So it makes it even harder to find these, even a bigger challenge to find these in high grade. And of course, it's a real Native American on this coin. Prior coins like the Indian penny and like the gold dollars, and even St. Gaudens $10 gold piece, it was still an allegorical woman representing liberty, and it was given this Native American war bonnet to Americanize it. In this case, though, Bella Lyon Pratt, much like James Earl Fraser did on the nickel, but Bella Lyon Pratt's design came out first. He used an actual Native American as the model, for the first time ever.
For the first time, right?
So it's a very important design in numismatic history, in U.S. numismatics.
And then you look at the reverse, the eagle on the reverse. Now, as I understand it, the eagle reverse design was taken from President Theodore Roosevelt's inaugural medal. Is that correct?
The reverse here, beautiful. I love that eagle. It's inspired by his instructor, Augustus St. Gaudens, had a similar reverse on the $10 Indian coin, and Bella Lyon Pratt used that as an inspiration for this design.
Right.
And then St. Gaudens himself on the $10 coin, that was inspired by the unofficial inaugural medal for Theodore Roosevelt, who he was personally, friends with.
Right.
And that coin, that medal was also designed by St. Gaudens, but actually engraved by another one of St. Gaudens' students, Adolph Wyman, who of course designed the Mercury Dime and the Walking Liberty Half. So, you had all of these just legendary artists who were all kind of working in the same circles. They were all training under St. Gaudens because he was just the Babe Ruth, the Beethoven, just the best of sculpture.
Right.
So they all, all the other greats studied under him, and they were inspired by him and inspired by the classic ancient Greek artwork.
These coins should not exist. They came out of the great European bank hoard. The only reason they exist was because, it was beginning with the Great Depression. The Great Depression devastated our economy. You had 25-30% unemployment. In 1933 alone, it was estimated there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. And back then, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your savings.
Right.
If the bank went under, if you
was
had
it.
10, 20, 30 years of your life savings in the bank, you go to the bank the next day, it's shuttered closed,
Right.
you were wiped out.
Right. You had no recourse.
You had no recourse. You were wiped out. Your life savings was gone. Your nest egg was gone. It was devastation on a level this country had never experienced. It was happening to millions of families. Now, there are a lot of citizens who had their savings in banks that had not yet failed, who said to themselves, my bank could be next. Putting myself back in those times, I would have been terrified.
Right.
They began pulling their money out of these banks,
Right.
and with that money, they were buying gold coins. Because all throughout human history, all cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times and earlier, gold always had value.
Right.
And so citizens were buying gold coins, pulling the money out of the banks and buying gold coins, which created additional stress on the banking system. So in early 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed an executive order, 6102, making it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold. So if you had owned over $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury. The Treasury then proceeded to melt it down back into gold bars.
Yeah, you get arrested. You go to jail if they caught you.
You face up to 10 years imprisonment or a $10,000 fine or both. Folks, they enforced it. They were serious about this. Now, there were some individuals who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, I keep my money in the bank and my bank goes under, I'm wiped out. I go out and buy gold, I'm going to get arrested. I'm going to go to prison, right? So there was a third option. They said to themselves, there's nothing that says it's illegal to own gold in another country. So you had a lot of citizens and institutions as well that were shipping gold overseas to banks in Europe. And this is one of the bags. I mean, they were shipping them in burlap bags, and this is one of the original bag from a European bank where these coins were stored since the 1930s. And we got a group, these quarter eagles that you see here are from the Great European Banquet, and these are among the finest specimens to come from several bags of these quarter eagles. The 1925D, 26P, 27P, 28P, 29P. Folks, if not for Executive Order 6102, these coins would have gone into commerce. They would have been used in commerce. They would have been worn, spent. They wouldn't have survived in the beautiful, virtually flawless mint state condition you see these in. It's extraordinary. Now, Jack, when we tell our viewers that these are in extraordinary MS-63 condition, they're probably scratching their heads, you know, well, what the heck does that mean?
In the old days, this would have been choice, brilliant, uncirculated. Not just brilliant, uncirculated, choice, brilliant, uncirculated.
Right.
But today, these coins, when they're certified, we use a 70-point grading scale. It's called the Sheldon grading scale. It was invented by a collector named Dr. William Sheldon. He was a large cent collector. But basically what the scale is, 70 is an absolutely flawless, perfect coin. There is no such thing as a 2.5 Indian head quarter eagle in an MS-70 grade. The only coins that get MS-70 grades are coins in the last, maybe 30, 40 years.
Modern stuff.
Modern coins that come straight from the mint.
Right.
A coin that grades a 1 is barely recognizable.
It's so worn, so heavily worn.
So worn.
Yeah.
But anything mint state 60, a 60 numeric grade, is a coin that's considered mint state or brilliant uncirculated, a coin that has no wear, a coin that looks as it did, as it would have looked when it left the mint.
In other words, it left the mint in the bag, and it most likely stayed in the bag its entire life.
Right. So a coin in 60 or higher is a mint state uncirculated coin. These coins are MS-63. So these are coins that, even though they were in a bag with other coins, they may have some light abrasions from contacting other coins.
Right.
But they were able to stay pretty pristine. More so than just the minimum grade. These are 63,
Right.
which we would
These
call
are
choice.
really-
These are
yeah.
that step above just a basic, brilliant, uncirculated MS-60
They're
coin.
extraordinary. Again, one of the dates equals the Smithsonian in quality, and all the other dates are within 1 to 2 points of Smithsonian quality.
Right.
And when you take a close-up look of these, and you understand what we're talking about. I mean, these are gorgeous. You know, on a $2.50 gold piece, we're talking about only the tiniest of bag marks that are, you know, virtually invisible to the naked eye. Look at this coin jack. I mean, there's no abrasion on the high point
There,
of the
right.
cheek. I mean, the coin is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I love this design. It is such an unusual design. It's such a beautiful design.
It truly is.
You know, it's just really kind of the epitome of that Renaissance era where our coins were literally miniature works of art.
Now, folks, we've got some auction comparables. I mean, we have got these this set at a great price. I mean, we're so fortunate to be able to get these directly from these European banks. We're passing our good fortune on to you. Here's an example of a 1925D MS-63, like we have here in one of these sets. This coin alone, $1,725. That's what it sold for in auction. The next date, we've got a 26P. Again, all MS-63s. This one sold for $1,380. 27P in 6.3, $2,760. 28P, $1,380. MS, again, all MS-63s. The last date that we have in this set, now this is a 6.3 plus, $805. That's the most common date. But that comes to over $8,000 for those 5 coins. Folks, we have a limited number of these sets. We have this 5-coin set. While we have them, the entire 5-coin set is available for $3,995, Jack. $3,995. That's under $800 a coin for MS-63s. And they're available on the 2-payment option. If you can't pay for the entire set today, put half down of $1,997.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. And that's absolutely critical because we have a limited number of these 5-coin sets in 6.3.
Yeah, we can't put that many of these sets together.
No.
This is a tough thing to do.
Yeah, and we'll hold one of these sets for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Now, I'd like to say we don't have it on display, but if you want the complete set, all 15 dates, including the very rare 1911D in MS-63, we have those sets available. We have a very limited number of those sets available. This is the only complete set of United States early gold you'll be able to complete for under several $100,000.
Absolutely.
The St. Gaudens set, forget it. It'd be in the millions of dollars.
Some individual coins are
Exactly.
$1 million.
The $10 Indian would be over $1 million.
Right.
The complete set, this is an extraordinary opportunity, only $35,000 for the complete 15-coin set. Well, we do have a few of those right now in stock from this incredible great European bank hoard.
You're getting a full third of the entire series.
You know,
You're getting the last 5 dates of the entire series for less than $4,000. You know, like we said in these other series, I mean, the key date is the 11D.
Yeah.
In MS-63, that's a coin that's about $20,000,
Yeah.
close to $20,000 coin. These other series, like you said, the St. Gaudens, there's many coins in this grade that would be way more money than this whole set costs.
Exactly. This is the perfect grade at the perfect price point. Because if you go down in grade and to go down in quality, you can save a little bit of money, but it's not going to be that much less. And if you go up in grade, the price can be a skyrocket.
Right.
And
this is a great grade.
it's
beautiful
such
in this
a
grade.
great set. I mean, there are other coins from this era, you know, like the 1916D Mercury dime.
Great example.
Great, it's a similar low mintage issue. They only struck about 260-some thousand
Same era,
examples.
early 20th
Same
century.
era, exactly. You go shopping for one of those, and you can find them all over eBay. Now, here's one in Mint State 61. It's $12,250. But here you have an example in extra fine 45. We could fill our stand with these. You have people, and this is what they go for, around $7,000. But you go even lower in grade. Here's one in extra fine, Jack, extra fine details.
No, it's been cleaned.
Yeah, it's been cleaned like so many of the $2.50
damaged
Indians. It's a damaged coin, and it's still around $3,300 for a damaged, circulated 16D. Here's another one, even lower grade, cleaned, damaged.
Yep.
It's still over $3,000.
Yep.
Now, again, we could fill our stand with coins like that, Mercury 16Ds like that, for $3,000 to $4,000. But long term, that's not where we would put our money. Long term, this is a set that will be so good to you because here you're getting problem-free coins in Mint State 63, an extraordinary grade. Mint State 63, it doesn't say clean, doesn't say details are scratched,
No,
folks.
these are wholesome, problem-free, original coins.
Stunning pieces. The 5-coin set for only $3,995. Again, if you're interested in that 15-coin complete set, call in. We have a few of those available. But this is the place to start. This is the only gold set from this era that I know of that a collector of today, with modest means, who doesn't have $1 million to spend on rare coins, you could complete a set of these in mid-state condition. And long term, this is going to be a set that's just the kind of collection you want to pass on to your kids and grandkids. You want to keep this in the family. This is really an extraordinary collection from the Renaissance era, Jack.
Yep.
We've got a lot of folks calling in. This is the 5-coin set. It includes the last date of the series, 1929. They didn't strike any after
Last
1929.
5 dates of the series. This is the whole
Yeah,
end of the
yeah.
series.
It includes the 1 coin struck at the Denver Mint.
Yep.
And the Denver Mint issue has the D Mint mark.
And the whole series was only struck at Philadelphia and Denver. The 15-coin series, there were 3 dates struck at Denver, and the rest of them were all struck at Philadelphia. Now, if you look at about 7 or 8 o'clock on that coin reverse here, you see that eagle perched upon that bundle of arrows. Right at the front of those arrows, at the left, at about 8 o'clock, near the rim of the coin, you see that very small D Mint mark, but that indicates that this coin was struck at the Denver Mint. Only 3 years in the entire 2.5 Indian series were struck at Denver, and the 25D that you see here that you'll receive as part of this 5-coin set is the last 2.5 Indian struck at the Denver Mint.
All the other issues were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and the Philadelphia Mint did not put their mint mark on the coin. So that's how you can tell it was a Philadelphia Mint mark versus a Denver Mint. So we have a lot of people calling in. This is a very limited offer set that we have for you folks today. Again, we have this set available. You can get the entire 5-coin set in Mint State 63 condition. One of them is actual Smithsonian quality. Smithsonian, the home of the finest collection of United States coins in the world. The entire 5-coin set, $1,997.50 down today. And the balance, same payment, $1,997.50 in 30 days, and you can own this spectacular collection of $2.50 Indian gold, struck from the Renaissance era. It's called the Renaissance era because it really was the peak of beauty of United States coins designs beginning in 1907, with the last design coming in 1921, that peace dollar design. And here you have these coins struck during that Renaissance era, these gorgeous, gorgeous $2.50 Indian gold quarter eagles, folks. This is the first time ever, Jack, that we've been able to offer quarter eagles like this.
They're hard to get. I mean, look at how low the mintage is. The design makes it so much harder. There aren't that many in the European Bankboard because think about it. If you're trying to transfer money out of the country, are you going to take, like say today, are you going to take a suitcase of $1 bills or $100 bills?
Right.
So of course, $20 coins
Yeah.
were the ones more apt to be, transferred. So to find these little 2.5 Indians, in original groups like this
Yeah.
is so unusual and so
Plus,
hard.
again, they struck so few of these. If you could look
Yeah,
at the
there weren't
mintages
that many in the first
of all the
place.
gold struck, folks, in the 20th century at the U.S. Mint in the early 20th century, they struck the fewest of the $2.50 quarter eagles. I mean, a really infinitesimal number when you consider there were 15 different dates. Again, take a look at the mintage, folks, for the entire series. The entire series, it's 1/10 of that of the St. Gaudens Double Eagles.
Like I said, less than 1928 Philadelphia made more St. Gaudens Double Eagles in 1 year at
Yeah.
one mint
Yeah.
than the entire 15 coin series of 2.5 Indians.
Exactly. And most importantly, Jack, is in the condition we have these in. Among the finest known, Mint State 63, the entire set, again, the entire set, $1,997.50 down today, and the same amount in 30 days. And you can own one of the greatest gold opportunities in our time.
The last 5 coins in the series, this is you're well on your way to being able to put together one of the most beautiful gold coin sets, ever.
Jack, this is the first time we've offered a 5-coin gold set from the 20th century in mint-state condition. This is a great, great opportunity, folks. It really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Again, these coins should not exist but for the great European Banquet. That's the only reason we have this limited quantity for you today.
Right.
Pick one up now. If you can get more than one, get more than one. These are coins you want to put away for your kids, your grandkids. You want to keep them in the family. This is part of our heritage, our U.S. history, what this country is all about.
Right.
I mean, these are classics. These are classics, and this is what our show is all about.
Yep.
From Jack and I, we will really want to thank you for watching this presentation. We really hope you can pick up at least one. Thank you for watching,
Thanks so
folks.
much.
This has been a real thrill. Thank you.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the show. 2018 has been a really unbelievable year if you like coins. If you're a coin collector, one of the greatest events, a release of coins, happened just recently. I'm here with the latest coin from the United States Mint in San Francisco. To commemorate 50 years of proof striking at the San Francisco Mint, the Mint at San Francisco came up with a reverse proof issue. Now, this was a little bit different than all the other proof sets. You know, that's something that the U.S. Mint didn't even attempt to strike until 2006. So there haven't been many. And as far as a reverse proof set, never been done before. The other thing that was really special about this issue was that the U.S. Mint said, we're only going to make 200,000 of these sets. And that is it. It sold out pretty darn quick. And I'm going to tell you more about that in a minute. And now you've seen various components of the 2018 reverse proof set on our show. We have featured the Kennedy half dollars, the Lincoln pennies, the Roosevelt dimes. It is now time to feature the dollar coin from that set. Coin World is a publication for coin collectors. And as soon as the issue of the 2018 reverse proofs hit the marketplace, started seeing articles. This one says that proof 70 grades are elusive for the set coins from the sets. Really hard to get. Didn't really realize how hard until we started getting figures of how few were being graded. So when you see proof 70 grades are elusive for these 2018 coins, something to really pay attention to. The coin that we're going to be featuring is often referred to as a Sacagawea dollar. But really, there's more to it than that, because the Sacagawea dollar was issued in 2000. In 2009, the mint began to change the reverse of the coins, and where you typically had an eagle on the reverse in the earlier years. From 2009 on, it really became the Native American dollar, because each one has a reverse that celebrates or commemorates events precious to all Americans, including Native Americans. But for 2018, it's really special. Jim Thorpe, everybody's hero. Jim Thorpe was Native American. He was the first Native American to ever win a gold medal at the Summer Olympics, and that was in 1912. He was called the greatest athlete in the world because he won not just the decathlon, but the pentathlon as well. So he won the event at the Olympics that features the 10 of the hardest track and field events and the 5 of the hardest track and field events. And he was dubbed by King Gustav of Sweden in 1912 in Stockholm, the greatest athlete in the world. And you know, that's a moniker that has stuck for the winner of the gold medal in the Summer Olympics for the decathlon and the pentathlon ever since. But Jim Thorpe was an amazing athlete, a professional baseball player, a professional football player, professional basketball player. He was more than a well-rounded athlete. He might have been the greatest athlete of the 20th century. He's remembered fondly on this dollar. This is a small mintage, very, very small mintage. So the coin we're going to be featuring is the Native American dollar for 2018, struck exclusively in reverse proof. And you can see all of the Native American proof dollars that have been issued from 2000, the beginning, up to 2018. And you can see that the one in red at the very bottom, by far, is the lowest mintage of them all. And it's hard to get in a perfect grade. Please take a look at the display, because we don't just have 1 or 2 coins in perfect grade. We've got them. We've got them. We did our homework on this deal. We prepped for about a year to position ourselves where we could get the maximum amount of these coins in the highest quality. So every one of the coins that you're looking at there are a Native American dollar in the one-time only reverse proof, struck at San Francisco in the ultimate grade, a reverse proof 70, a perfect coin, absolutely highest grade, achievable. And it's really a big deal. In an absolutely perfect grade, $289.95. That's what they're being offered at. Many are selling. Look at this one, almost $450. A perfect Jim Thorpe Native American dollar. Absolutely flawless. Almost $450. Yeah, I found one that was the deal of a lifetime. Didn't last long. About $120. That is a heck of a deal. This is a magical moment for this coin, because everybody's talking about how few of every one of these coins out of the 2018 reverse proof set. You know, the Mint are really good at striking coins, but they haven't been striking the reverse proofs for that long. And let's face it, try as they might, each one of these coins is struck on a hand-operated press, struck a minimum amount of 2 times to bring out all the detail. They're inspected at every step of the striking process. The dies are inspected in every step of the process of preparation to strike these coins. And still, it's a very low rate of perfect coins being generated by the grading services. Every coin that we have in this deal is a perfect proof 70. So, you know, once again, folks, you can find them at a bargain price. Scooping them up is a major, major part of the deal, because look at this one right here is another, like I was saying, this one $450. And when these coins first hit, just literally, I mean, we are talking weeks ago, the world was on fire. Everybody was talking about it. 114,000 of these were sold in one day at the U.S. Mint. 114,000. And all 200,000 were gobbled up. Not too much time after that. The Mint was even limiting one to a customer in the very beginning. One to a customer. I mean, there were so many people who wanted in on this deal. People were asking everywhere, why all of a sudden, when mintages of 500,000, 600,000 were considered really low, why only 200,000? How many collectors of coins like these who've been collecting from the very beginning are not going to get one? So when you see $450 for a perfect specimen, it was pretty incredible. You pay $449, then one comes along, it's about $290, and you're like, wow. And then all of a sudden, you turn our show on, and we have those coins graded in a proof 70. Are you ready? Folks, $450, $290, or even $120. Amazing. $99 for our coin puts everybody to shame. $99 for a coin that is the highest grade you can get. A coin that is not grading in abundance in these perfect grades. You can't count on it. $99. Well, $20, we're beating the lowest price I've ever seen. But they're not $99, folks. The next stop, $89 a coin. Now, at $89 a coin, the phones are ringing off the hook. $89, you couldn't buy them, buy enough to submit to get them graded in a perfect grade at the rate they're grading, like 20%, and get it encapsulated, you wouldn't even be able to come close to $300, $400 a coin. So $89, yeah, you bet people are going to be buying 2, 3, 4, and 5 of them. But they're not. They're not 99, they're not 89, not even $79. This coin is in perfect proof 70, reverse proof 70. This coin has the lowest mintage of any one of the Sacagawea or Native American dollars at 200,000. And again, it's not $79, $69.95. That's right. $69. Now, I don't mean to yell. I'm sorry. I have to get control. But $69.95. All graded in a perfect proof 70, reverse proof, mintage of 200,000. In fact, actually, I checked the mintage. It actually came in a little bit under that. So it's not even 200,000. You know, the thing about it, when you have a coin that has such a low mintage, and I could name them, you know, I could just go on and on. The very first Lincoln penny, the 09 SVDB. Well, that coin had a mintage almost 500,000. And they're impossible to get today. You could never get one in this high grade. But coins in heavily circulated condition are almost impossible to find. Have you ever heard of the 1916D Mercury dime? Well, there are only 284,000 1916D Mercury dimes. In a high grade would be considered 6.5. Wow, I don't know, $50,000 you would pay, maybe even more. When you look at some of the rarest coins today, they can't touch, or of rare coins of yesteryear, they can't touch this low a mintage. The other thing is dispersal. These coins have been dispersed to collectors literally within the first week or so that the Mint began to sell them. They are put away in collections right now, never to see the light of day. This is really something special. This is a unique Native American dollar with a really low mintage in the highest grade attainable at more than an inside price, $69.95. When you have an annual design change to a coin, the common image of Sacagawea that you see there, and she was, of course, the guide that led Lewis and Clark through the newly purchased Louisiana territories to find a way out west. That happened in 1803 at the bequest of Thomas Jefferson. She was the guide who helped Lewis and Clark communicate with all of the Native American tribes that they encountered because they had no idea what they would encounter. So she remains on the coins today, and as she did in the beginning. And you see the baby on her back is her baby Jean Baptiste. But when you look at the image of Jim Thorpe, that image will only be on this coin for 2018. Next year, we'll have a different Native American theme. It's an annual design change. So when you factor in the annual design change of these coins, it really increases and enhances the collectability because each year is different. Reminds me of the Panda coins, where every year a different design, and collectors have to have the next one. You can't just stop at one. So this is part of a series that is heavily collected, where even the lowest mintages of the coins are hundreds of thousands. So when you have such a restricted mintage of 200,000 maximum, it's really no wonder that the coins were gone in a heartbeat, that the coins are in collectors' hands, that people are willing to pay nearly $450 for one of these coins in the exact same grade that you're looking at right there, or nearly $300. Our price, because we like to wait until the dust settles. We knew this was going to be a winner, but we are positioned in the marketplace to be part of the continual pipeline to get these wonderful issues that come down from the U.S. Mint. The U.S. Mint is so in tune today to the collector by featuring and offering coins that have some of the craziest, lowest mintages the world has ever seen. And collectors are responding in a big way and scooping every one of these up and then some. And many, many, many folks buying these are not content to stop at just one. So when all the dust is settled and we can offer a coin that others are getting $450 or $300 or even $120 for less than $70 for $69.95, wow. You know what that says to me? And I'm not trying to be pushy. That says I better buy more than one. I'm not going to tell you how many more, but I better buy more than one, because this is a coin that I can put together right now, literally moments after their release, for less than $70 in the ultimate grade that you can get this coin in. The highest grade attainable, a proof 70, indicating it is a perfect coin. I love to get loud about coins, and I love to get excited about coins. And I've had several days of walking around this great complex that we have and being able to stop anybody I see in the hall and say, hey, look at this coin presentation. You're going to want one of these, and you work here. So folks, while they last, $69.95 for the highest example of the rarest one of all. And I want to thank you so much for letting me come into your home, watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show and Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you for watching.
From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement. It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes.
It's the rarest silver eagle of them all. And we have them right here in the highest grade possible. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking brand new silver dollar. It was known as the American Eagle silver dollar. And it began in 1986. And really there were two versions, what we call a business strike and a collector's version, a proof. Now, the two are same design, but other than that, not too much similarity. A business strike is produced on a high-speed press, and the main purpose is to strike as many in quantity as possible. And the proofs are made different. They're struck for the collector from specially prepared dies that are highly polished, which gives the coins a mirrored background and a very satin foreground, or the design of the coin would all be very, very satined and the background would be very mirrored. That is a proof coin, a method of manufacture. In 1986, production begins towards the end of the year. The coin was the largest silver dollar ever issued by the United States of America, even larger and more pure than a Morgan dollar. It had 1 full ounce of silver. Now, originally, this series of coins was issued as a business strike for people who wanted to accumulate silver. And the collector's versions, which were struck in proof, were geared towards the collector. And the difference was that the business strikes could be had by going to various coin dealers around the country who represented the U.S. Mint. But the collector's versions, the proof-struck coins, those coins, incidentally, first struck at the San Francisco Mint, those coins were ordered by collectors directly from the U.S. Mint. There was no middleman. The program began to gain a little steam as the years went by, until finally today, this program, which has been going strong since 1986, has become the most popular silver dollar in the United States of America today. I said to open this up, it's the rarest silver eagle of them all. And we have them in the highest grade. And I know what you're thinking. The 1995 W, the rarest silver eagle of them all, with a mintage of 30,125. I've always wanted one. I didn't get one in the beginning. I saw the coin going like this as the years and the decades have gone by. There is a new king when it comes to the American Silver Eagle dollar. One that has the lowest mintage, even lower than the previous King of the Hill, lower than the 1995 W. It is, simply put, the 2019 San Francisco struck enhanced reverse proof American Silver Eagle. This $1 coin sold out quicker than any single offering the U.S. Mint has ever made. And we have it, as I said, in the ultimate highest grade possible. An enhanced reverse proof 70 grade. That 70 number connotates absolute perfection. There is no grade higher than proof 70. There's no 71. That's indicative of perfection. I don't think there is a single place in the whole entire world that's going to have more of these silver dollars than we do. And yet, I have to say, you're looking at the extent of our quantity right there. Makes a nice display. It's not going to last that long because this coin is unique. The obverse of this coin features an allegorical representation of liberty. Like you've never seen this representation before, because this design came from the original Walking Liberty half dollar, first issued in 1916 and designed by Adolph A. Wyman. Brought back in 1986 to graze the obverse of this dollar because, simply put, it is one of the most striking examples of liberty the U.S. Mint has ever issued. It's a big, bold representation. And you clearly see all the detail of this coin that you would never see in even the highest graded Walking Liberty half dollar, should you manage to get one. Now, it's fitting to mention John Mercanti because we mentioned Adolph Wyman as the designer of the obverse of this coin, and when it comes to John Mercanti, he's the designer of the reverse. And John Mercanti's design of this reverse was brilliant. There was a lot of thought that went into it. John Mercanti, having first arrived at the U.S. Mint in 1974, was a skilled artist, but eventually, as he designed many coins, the Statue of Liberty dollar, have you ever seen that one? Amazing. He is responsible for so many of the great coins. He's most famous for the reverse of the American Silver Eagle. But it was John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse, first debuting on an American silver dollar in 1798. It only lasted from 1798 to 1804 in the early dollars. Previous to that, the eagle was known as weak, or some of us coin dealers refer to it as wimpy. But once the heraldic eagle was designed, its boldness was a statement in itself. So John Mercanti wanted to honor the heraldic eagle on the first ever and largest American silver dollar, a coin that went back into history for the great obverse and even further back for the great reverse of the heraldic eagle. So that's John Mercanti's contribution to the most popular silver dollar in the world today, and the largest the U.S. Mint ever struck. This coin is struck in San Francisco. I have a great list of all of the proof American Silver Eagles from 1986 to 2019. And the reason why I did this is I want you to take a look at each year, beginning in 1986 at the mintages. 1,400,000. We have them in descending order. Millions of these coins were ordered by collectors from every year, some more than others. In 1995, the U.S. Mint decided that they would honor the 10th anniversary of this Eagle program by striking a very special silver eagle in proof that had never been issued before because it came from the West Point Mint. And the funny thing is, that coin used to be at the very bottom of the list because it used to be the rarest of them all, with a mintage of 30,125. The U.S. Mint really turned collecting upside down for this one by making so many people happy and crazy at the same time. Because with only 30,000 issued, you take a look at all the millions of people who have purchased proof Silver Eagles, collector Silver Eagles in the past, they didn't get a coin. Almost everybody didn't get one because there were only 30,000 that existed, and the coins, if you blinked, you missed it. You didn't get one. Enhanced reverse proof. Highest grade, absolute perfection. It's an amazing example of numismatic art, of the minter's art. Now, we're about to really get into this presentation, but I will tell you right now, it's wise to start calling right now because this coin is the ultimate in a Silver Eagle. It has everything. The lowest mintage, the highest grade, and of its kind. It's the only one because this coin from San Francisco is almost the last of a certain design. This heraldic eagle design is going away. 2021, a new design will be on the reverse of the eagle. And so it is fitting that the rarest of them all is also one of the last of its kind. This will attest to the popularity. As a business strike, over 500 million coins. As a proof, 23 million. There were the burnished dies, the reverse proofs, of which this is one. Of course, enhanced reverse proof takes reverse proofs to a whole different level. And what, there's been 3 issues so far, and the total mintage is 140,000. The total amount of Silver Eagles produced to date has been 562 million, and then some. But there has never been an American Silver Eagle dollar with a mintage of 30,000. Never. It is the new king of the hill. And this is so important, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the difference between this coin and a 1995 W. The program was in its relative infancy at that time. And the grading services had come around just about the time when the American Eagles started to be produced. And the program began to build steam. So by the time the current king, the 2019, hit the scene, there were so many collectors, millions and millions of collectors, vying for this single example. So simply put, if you missed out on that, now is your opportunity to make good. Now I want to show you how the 1995 became what it is today, and then I'm going to show you why this 2019, are you ready? At less than $4,000 is the coin to own in the highest grade attainable, at less than $4,000. Here's a 1995 W that auctioned off way back in the early part of the 21st century, just the first few years, first couple years. And that coin at auction in a perfect proof 70 brought almost $3,500. It wasn't too much longer, just a few years, when a proof 70 went into auction, or up for auction, I should say, and garnered a hammered price of $13,800. It sounds like a pretty good deal today, doesn't it? But you can imagine a coin not too many years earlier had almost made it to $3,500 in a perfect grade, and then the silver dollar right here brought almost $14,000. The coin continued to climb the ladder, and there's one that finished up at over $22,000, proof 70. That coin today is actually the second rarest. Here we have one that sold for over $23,000, and I have to tell you folks, you could not buy this coin today for that. You couldn't. You'd have to step up quite a bit. So here's what's so exciting about the 2019 issue. Now, I told you that this coin was going to be less than $4,000, and it is. This coin, in a perfect proof 70 grade, with John Mercanti signing each and every label of these coins in a perfect grade, here's what I'm finding. Remember, rarest of them all, highest grade, certified. There's one right there, and terrific price, absolutely amazing. A little less than $4,000. I promised you this coin would be less than $4,000. Here's an excellent example, also in a proof 70, almost $3,700. And here's one, also almost $4,000. All of them in perfect grade 70. There is a new king, and it is the 2019 San Francisco Struck Enhanced Reverse Proof. This coin was a sellout almost quicker than any coin, in fact, quicker than any coin the U.S. Mint has ever offered. It had a strict limit to the amount that each person could order, one. And it sold out like that. This coin, from the moment word got out that there would be a very special issue for 2019, had collectors lined up virtually around the world to get a shot at getting this coin. Now, it's a reverse proof. And what that means is you see that shot right there. On a traditional proof, the background of the coin that you see there that appears very satined would be in mirror on a traditional proof. On a reverse proof, the figure of Liberty is in mirror, but this is a special coin. This coin consists of proof, reverse proof, and enhanced uncirculated finishes all in one coin. And so Liberty appears to be floating on the surface of the coin. And the reason for that, when you look at this coin from the side in the holder, you actually see Liberty's, where she's wearing the dress, the skirt, you actually see the rise above the surface of the coin, the relief, the high relief that is just so apparent. And you can virtually see, it's like a little mountain off the surface of the coin. And you really get an idea that in this instance, Liberty is actually wearing the American flag all around her shoulders, and it actually becomes her dress. And in this version, with the enhanced, with the reverse proof and the proof, all combining together, look at the rising sun. It is the most beautiful, stunning, stellar example of Adolph A. Wyman's walking Liberty design that has ever appeared on an American silver dollar. And to couple that with the fact that there were only 30,000 of these minted. Most collectors never thought they would see the day when they would be able to get a coin rarer than the 1995 W. Now, this coin is in a reverse proof 70 grade. Perfection. $2,995 for this coin. Folks, to be $1,000 or so less than everybody out there is a big deal on the hottest coin, the hottest American Silver Eagle from the hottest dollar program the U.S. has ever issued. That's good buying, and that means a great price, too, for all the collectors. $2,995. You can split it into two payments of $1,497.50. This coin had to be viewed under 5 times magnification in order to get the grade of perfection of proof 70. If there would have been any flaw whatsoever viewed under that magnification, it would have gotten a proof or an enhanced reverse proof 6.9. And I want to show you what a proof 69 1995 W is doing today. Almost $6,000, $5,999. Here's one in a 69 grade, near perfection, but not there, for $6,462.50. In a grade lower, with a mintage higher, at $6,462. We have the hottest silver dollar, I have to say this, hottest silver dollar ever issued in the American Silver Eagle program. This coin right here. It is the coin. If you own a 1995 W, this coin is a must-have side by side, because the new king is the 2019 San Francisco struck enhanced reverse proof. Now, I mentioned that this design, John Mercanti's design of the heraldic eagle reverse, is going away, literally momentarily, never to return. So this coin is not only the rarest of them all, it's not only the one that sold out the quickest, it's not only the most perfect grade you're going to ever get, it has an autographed label by the designer of the reverse. This coin is it when it comes to Silver Eagle dollars. Now, the American Silver Eagle program, having been around since 1986, is so well established, so entrenched in numismatics that when issues come around that have several 100,000 mintage, they don't last very long. When an issue comes around with a mintage that has never been seen before of 30,000, I'm fairly certain, if not completely 100% certain, that this coin will be unattainable in, most of the times I might say something like not too distant future. I'm probably going to, literally, it's semantics, but by tomorrow, this coin could be completely gone. Absolutely gone. Coin collecting, have you noticed, is so hot. The U.S. Mint has been raising their prices continuously on all their precious metal offerings. And the Silver Eagles are no different whatsoever. But this coin had a very unique beginning. Its mintage was announced ahead of time. And because of that, when you could first purchase these coins, the minute the clock struck 12, literally they were gone. It was instantaneous. So I know there were a lot of collectors out there who were disappointed. Ronald Reagan is known as the father of the American Silver Eagle program because in 1985, he is the president, and he firmly believed in a coin like this one. He was the president who had tried in his first term of office to get the United States to start issuing large silver dollars. He was unsuccessful in his first term. But in 1985, in his second term, the Liberty Coin Act was passed by Congress, signed into law by President Reagan, and that's how we get to this point today. And all along the way, there have been issues that have brought thousands of dollars. When we think about some of the rarest, we think about the 1994. The 1994 Proof Silver Eagle had a mintage of 372,000. And it is a very rare coin because every coin is spoken for. The 2019 Enhanced Reverse Proof has a mintage of 30,000, less than 10% of that coin. So it's no surprise that it was an instant sellout. These are in the highest grade known. When you submit these coins for grading, there's no guarantee if you submitted 10 that you would get a perfect grade. Likewise, you could submit 3 and get one perfect grade. Even though these coins are struck to the highest standards using the most perfect, highly polished plangets, those are the coining blank that gets inserted to the coining press before the two dies clash together with that blank in between, rendering the design onto the coin, onto the blank. They have to be the most mirrored. The dies have to be the finest examples. And then they are highly polished and prepped in such a way, a unique way, that when they get reinstalled into the coining press to begin striking, you can only strike 15 or 20 examples. And each coin has to be struck a minimum of 2 times to bring out that relief. And this is relief that you will never see in a business struck version. It just will not have the pressure of the press. It will not have that hand-operated technique that renders these coins absolutely perfect on occasion. We have a great selection of all Proof 70 enhanced reverse proof coins. I think it'd be hard-pressed to see this many coins anywhere. And I wanted pretty much to get every single coin we had in the vault out here because I wanted collectors to understand that when this coin was offered by the U.S. Mint, you could not order this many coins at one time. You couldn't order more than one at a time. So to accumulate and acquire this coin and then to be able to certify it in the ultimate grade of Proof 70 of perfection is no small feat. So rest assured, you have the ultimate in the rarest American silver eagle dollar for less money. And that's a big thing. You're saving a lot of money, saving some of these prices $1,000 less. Now, saving money is great. Getting one of these coins is fantastic. But being able to save money on the highest grade attainable, well, that's everything. John Mercanti retired from the United States Mint in 2010. And he retired as the 12th chief engraver. It's pretty much as far as you can go at the U.S. Mint. He spent nearly his whole working life, beginning in 1974. He spent almost all, certainly of his professional life, working at the U.S. Mint. A prolific designer. And when the opportunity came for him in 1986 to make a contribution to history, he chose the heraldic eagle reverse as the reverse that would grace this coin all the way from 1986 to 2020. This coin for 2019 is the king. It's big news because to replace the 1995, which today, right here at our network, you would easily have to spend $25,000 to duplicate the grade of this coin in a 1995. So here is a coin with a lower mintage in a perfect grade. I mean, I just can't say it enough. Maybe too much, right? We handpick even the perfection of these coins because what we're looking for is everything that you want. You want it all. You want the greatest look, the greatest strike, the greatest grade, the greatest price. Have we delivered? I think we have. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new kid in town, and that is the 2019 Enhanced Reverse Proof American Silver Eagle Dollar, the lowest mintage of them all. This is it for less than $3,000, available on a split pay of $1,497.50 twice. So that is the story of the greatest American silver eagle to date, the one everybody wants, the hottest silver dollar in the world. Here at Rare Collectibles TV, thanks so much for watching. I hope you get one of these coins. Thank you and keep tuning in.
Want the latest numismatic news, access to exclusive interviews, as well as secrets to collecting from RCTV's hosts, Rick, James, and myself, Jack? Then sign up for the Coin Chronicles, Rare Collectibles TV's monthly newsletter. Get all the inside information about the coins you crave in the RCTV Coin Chronicles. Signing up is easy, and our monthly newsletter is free. Just visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com and start accessing the Coin Chronicles today.
Sign up for the Coin Chronicles monthly newsletter at rarecollectiblestv.com. It's absolutely free. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
Anna Williams. Anna Williams. That's how I began my introduction to the first Everest presentation that I gave. Anna Williams. Here's a picture of Anna Williams, folks. Anna Williams. Miss Williams' profile, according to George T. Morgan, who was the designer of the Morgan dollar, he felt her profile was the most nearly perfect he had seen in England or America, the perfect profile for the silver dollar he was designing. It's really interesting, the story behind Anna Williams, because she really was very reluctant to do this modeling. She was only 18 or 19 years old at the time. She didn't want to do it. Modeling was really looked down upon, frowned upon at that time. This was in the 1870s. And she only agreed to model on the condition of anonymity. Unfortunately, it didn't remain a secret, and before long, you know, she was gaining all kinds of attention from this. She was a school teacher, and she eventually lost her job because of it. That's the story behind it. You know, it's amazing. Times have really changed for the better. Here, you know, you had the opportunity to have your portrait on one of our coins, and to you know, have that kind of fate, because, and here you are. I mean, it's so famous today. So famous today. Anna Williams. For all our viewers, folks, for all our viewers who have acquired our Morgan Dollar Everest 1, Everest 2, and or our Everest 3 collections, those 3 Morgan Dollar collections account for 64 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan Dollar series. Almost 2/3 of the entire series in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And the majority of those dates and mint marks are very difficult to find, rare date examples in the series. Many of them are the rarest dates for their respective years. Well, today I have the final installment for you. If you have not acquired any of the other collections, Everest 4 is a great place to start, a perfect place to start. If you have already acquired Everest 1, Everest 2, or Everest 3, Everest 4 is a spectacular final edition. It's a smaller set, 8 coins not found in Everest 1, 2, or 3. And you'll love the price. Now, Morgan Dollars are the backbone to U.S. numismatics today. And I believe into the indefinite future for all the right reasons. Here you have a coin, coins that were struck over 100 years ago. They were struck for circulation. They were struck, first struck in the 1800s, say 1878 was the first year. They are the largest silver denomination struck by the U.S. Mint. Most, of course, were used for commerce. They were spent. You can find silver dollars in every coin shop, jewelry shop, pawn shop, and certainly in abundance at every coin show. But at least 97% of them are circulated. Only a couple percent of that mintage have survived in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And here's a chart that shows you some of those numbers. Here you've got, in total, over 600 million were originally struck. 270 million were melted down in 1918 in the Pittman Act, leaving around 386 million. But of those, PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 1.5% of that total in uncirculated mint state 60 or higher grade, only about 1.5%. That's it. Now, the key to collecting Morgan Dollars is condition. There are 2 kinds of rarity when it comes to coin collecting. There is absolute rarity and there is condition rarity. Now, in the early days of coin collecting, the early 1900s and before, absolute rarity was the focus of almost all coin collectors. I mean, what few coin collectors there were back in those early days. Absolute rarity focuses on how rare a coin is in any condition, how available it is in any condition. One of the greatest known examples is the 1913 Liberty nickel. only 5 examples were struck. That was it. So even if you own the lowest grade, poorest quality example, it would still be worth millions of dollars because of the tremendous absolute rarity. Here's one that sold in auction a few years back. Proof 63. They were all proofs. Proof 63, not one of the finest. And it sold for over $3 million. Because of the tremendous absolute rarity. On the other hand, when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we are almost always talking about condition rarity. There are many coins in numismatics that were struck in very high numbers, and they are therefore easy to find. They are very common, at least in circulated condition. But finding them in uncirculated condition, where they have never actually been used for commerce, never been spent, can be quite another matter. And this is especially true in the Morgan dollar series. I've got a Morgan dollar rarity chart that I put together that, and Kim's going to go through it real briefly, and I have the coins in descending order of their condition rarity, from the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition as graded by NGC to the rarest. And it has all the major dates and all the dates and major varieties. And there's over 100 of them. And this is the first page. And the most common Morgan dollars in the 1881S, over 12 million were struck. Over 226,000 have been graded in mint state. You go down the page, and we're just going to do this really quickly here. And you could see how they get considerably rarer by the end of the page. That last coin in 1900 only 40,000 graded in mint state, even though it has a mintage about the same as the 1881S. We get to the second page, and you've got, again, we get to coins where fewer than 40,000 have been graded in mint state. Now we're getting to some scarce coins. And just scroll down the rest of that real quick, and we'll get to the third page. And here we get to coins with fewer than 15,000 graded in mint state. That 1921D mintage, that number is incorrect. That's not 14,230. That should actually be 20,345,000. I don't know how that number got in there. But you get down there, and you're getting to some very rare coins now in mint state condition when you get to only 15,000 and fewer coins. And now we get to the next to last page. And you still see a lot of coins. Look at that, in 1889, over 11 million struck, but look how rare it is in mint state. And we'll continue on. You still have a lot of coins with mintages in the millions, but very rare in mint state. And there's the 1886-0, and we'll stop right there. Real briefly, we'll go to the last page, just to the very rarest of all coins. And there you see some coins. Again, you've got the 1901P, 7 million struck, extremely rare in mint state. The rarest coin of all, 93S. Now that's a rare coin, only 100,000 struck. That also happens to be extremely rare in mint state. But the coin right above it, 92S, at 1.2 million struck, and yet it's the second rarest coin in mint state in the series. Now that previous page, you had the 1886-0, and this is such a great example here because I happen to have an 1886-0 with me, and you could see there the 1886-0, over 10 million struck, only 1,600 graded in mint state. It's because it's so rare, even though over 10 million were struck. I bought one in a coin shop about a year ago. And I have it with me. But here's one that sold in auction, MS65 grade, in 1886-0. and it's $161,000. It's a $200,000 coin today. Any uncirculated 86O is worth thousands and thousands of dollars because of the tremendous condition rarity in an uncirculated condition. And yet I bought this example in a coin shop for, it was around $35. Because it's circulated, and they're very common in circulated condition. There's the 1886O. When Kim flips it over, you'll see the O mint mark below the eagle there between the D and O in dollar. 1886O. So when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars, it's all about condition rarity. Acquiring these coins in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition. This is when they can be truly rare. These are the coins that have the greatest long-term potential for the collector of today. And that is the greatest challenge. But that challenge is what gives them their tremendous potential. So many collectors, folks, millions of collectors who own Morgan dollars, yet so few own these coins in their rarest, most desirable, brilliant, uncirculated state. Here you have what is unquestionably the most popular collector series in U.S. numismatics. Millions of numismatists collect Morgan dollars. Here is a printout from the NGC Collector Registry that I have. I only have the first few pages of all the collectors who have their Morgan dollar sets listed in the NGC registry. If I printed out the whole thing, it would be 3/4 of an inch thick. This is just the first few pages. There's thousands and thousands of collectors who have taken the time to enter their sets into the registry. Out of the entire registry, there are only 2 collectors who have sets where the entire set is in uncirculated mint state condition. And there's also the PCGS collector registry. I mean, there you've got several thousand more collectors. And here's the NGC registry. Only 2 collectors out of thousands and thousands who have sets registered that have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition. And these are just the collectors who have taken the time to register their sets. I mean, there's 100 times that many collectors who haven't registered their sets in the registry. Now, these folks are very serious collectors. Now, there are 105 different dates and mint marks to complete the set in the NGC registry. You know, give or take, if you want to collect all those different varieties. There are several important varieties. Nevertheless, you still have over 100 different dates and mint marks needed to complete a Morgan dollar collection. Now, you've got all these people trying to assemble these sets. Only 2 have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition in the NGC registry. And again, the primary reason is because there are a handful of dates with tremendous condition rarity that are out of the reach financially for many collectors. And here's just a few. Here, for example, here's an 1884 Morgan in MS63 grade, a nice choice MS63, and it's over $60,000. Here's an 1884 Unk details, genuine, cleaning. In other words, it's not even gradable as an uncirculated coin. It's not gradable, folks, because it's been cleaned. It's still over $8,000. I showed you the 1886O. Here's a 93O, $10,000. The most famous of all, the rarest of all, the 93S. 93S, just MS62 grade, $115,000. Here's one in MS60 grade that I have here for $100,000. Here's an 1893S in circulated, XF condition, heavily circulated. And it's $25,000. Over the years, I have put together many of the finest Morgan Dollar collections for my clients. I've received many awards for these collections from NGC. Here's one, for example, Best Proof Morgan Collection. This is from the year 2006, the top-rated Proof Morgan Collection. We call it the Everest Collection of Proof Morgan Dollars. Morgan Dollars have been my specialty since I first started specializing full-time as a coin dealer in 1981. They've always been my first love. For all the reasons I gave you starting out, I mean, they're just big, beautiful, affordable coins. They're a bargain at today's price levels. The beauty of our Everest Morgan collections is that I've taken my decades of expertise in Morgan Dollars to earmark those most undervalued Morgan dates in the series. Those dates that offered tremendous condition rarity the equal to or greater than many other dates in the series that cost many, many times more. And when you look at the coins in the Everest set year by year, check this out, folks. Here we have, when you look at Everest 1, 2, and 3 sets, I have them color-coded. Everest 1, you see all the Everest 1 coins are in a burgundy, Everest 2 are in a light blue, Everest 3 are purple. And you look through each date, where I've got all the dates listed, beginning with the 1878s. They're all ranked for each year in terms of their condition rarity. We've completed all the 1878s. We've got everything but the 1879 CC for that year, and this is a great example. 1879 CC. You look at the 1879S there. It's much rarer than the 79 CC. Why don't we have the 1879 CC in there? Well, because in terms of value, bang for your buck, here's an 1879 CC, a nice MS63 piece. It's $10,000. Here's one in MS61, $6,200. You go onto eBay, you can find pages and pages of 1879 CCs. It's not like they're really, really tough coins to find. I mean, they're out there. I mean, there's pages of them. So I didn't include that, you know, in the set. Now you go to the second page. Again, we're going to go through these pages really quickly, and you just take a look at, you know, how much we've completed with Everest 1, 2, and 3. So many of the rarest dates. You see, I've got everything. I haven't included those dates at the top in 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. And we go through, we got the 1884s. There's your 886O we don't have in there yet. '89 CC, that's another coin that's $20,000, $30,000 for a low-grade mint state example, $30,000 or more. And then we're going to finish it out. You know, some of the dates, you get into the mid-1890s, some of those dates are just impossible. 1892S, that's in just mint state 60, it's a $40,000, $50,000 coin. 93S, you've seen the price on that. Those are those dates in the mid-1890s. Those are the key dates. And here we wrap it up, 1896, 1897, 98. We've got all the dates from 1898 in there, 1899. So you've got all these coins here, 64 of these coins, almost 2/3 of the entire Morgan collection, folks, for around $17,000. You know, and there's so many rare dates there. There are so many collectors who love Morgan dollars. I love Morgan dollars. So many collectors, literally millions of Morgan dollar collectors in every coin shop, every dealer showcase, every coin show, and so few own a set that is even 25% complete with 25 different dates and mint marks. For our many clients who have acquired the first 3 Everest collections, you own 64 beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, the majority of which are better, rarer dates, extremely rare dates in brilliant, uncirculated condition. You know, and they have rarity that equal to or other Morgan dates in the series, as I've shown you, that regularly sell for $5,000, $10,000 and more in the same condition. And you own all 64 of those coins for just over $17,000, 64 coins. Today, I have Everest 4. Everest 4. 8 dates that are not in Everest 1, 2, and 3. 8 dates, with one in particular that is a surprise addition we did not expect to be able to include, but for some very good fortune that Jack was able to jump on. Everest 4 is the last of the Everest series. In the future, we'll be offering the remaining rarest Morgan dates not found in the other Everest collections. But because of the rarity and price of those remaining coins, these dates can only be offered 1 or 2 coins at a time. With Everest 4, you would own 72 Morgan dollars when you include the first 3 Everest sets. That's almost 75% of this complete set, and you've done it for under $20,000. Now, Everest 4. Take a look at the coins in Everest 4, folks. The first date, the 1880s. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Kim's going to give you a hand shot of this piece. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1880s Morgan dollar. There's the obverse and reverse. The second date, the 1881s. Brilliant, uncirculated. There aren't going to be any spotted coins, no coins with unattractive toning. Look at the luster on these coins. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. You have to remember, these were large, heavy coins. They were struck for circulation. Once they were struck, they were dumped into bins, you know, with one coin falling on another. The third date is the 1882s. One coin falling on another. From there, they went through counting machines. They were eventually dumped into bags where they were thrown onto trains to be distributed to banks throughout the country. There are no MS-70 Morgan dollars. This is not like the American and the Silver Eagles that are coins that are individually handled. I mean, there's only a few Morgan dollars that have ever been graded in MS-69. I mean, they all have bag marks. The fourth date, the 1883-0. But these are extraordinary specimens, relatively few bag marks, beautiful luster, nice strikes, exceptional luster, exceptional eye appeal. Hand-selected by Jack and I. The fifth date, the 1884-0. Again, none of these are in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you're just starting, and you want to get started on the Everest collection, this is a great place to start. If you've already got Everest 1, 2, and 3, this Everest 4 gives you 4 more dates you need for your collection. Beautiful 1884-0. The next date is a beautiful 1885-0. This one looks almost semi-proof-like. I mean, beautiful, beautiful luster on all of these. Look at the semi-proof-like. Look at the reflectivity in the mirrors, in the fields on that coin. That's the 6th coin, the 1885-0, and then the 7th coin is the 1887P. $1887P. Okay, that's 7 coins. That's 7 coins, but there's 8 coins in this set. What's the 8th coin? This was so perfect. Folks, this was so perfect. When Jack and I acquired this deal, we had a lot of options. One of which was to make a presentation on this one coin that we have, because it's a really special Morgan dollar that deserves its own presentation. It's a much rarer date of a variety that is well known among Morgan dollar collectors. And it's a great favorite among Morgan dollar collectors. We acquired some 1891 CC, 1891 Carson City, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. We've got almost 80 of them, 4 tubes. This is a coin you rarely ever see offered. It's much rarer in brilliant uncirculated condition than the 1878 CC, the 1880 CC reverse of 79, the 1881 CC, the 1882 CC, the 83 CC, 84 CC, even the 85 CC, a coin which you often see offered on other shows because of its low mintage. But in fact, in brilliant uncirculated condition, the 1891 CC is rarer than all of those in brilliant uncirculated condition. One of the reasons is because the government treasury hoard of Carson City silver dollars uncovered in the 1960s included many brilliant uncirculated bags of these other dates, but there were very few 1891 CCs in a GSA holder. They command a tremendous premium. Here's one in a GSA holder, and this is typical, just a regular, a nice BU MS63 1891 CC in a GSA holder. It's over $6,000. Now, the 1891 CC is a great date. I wasn't able to include it in the Everest 3 Carson City set. But there is also a special variety of the 1891 CC caused by a die imperfection. It's called the Spitting Eagle. And that is the coin we have included as the 8th coin in this collection. The Spitting Eagle, so noted because we have a picture of the reverse where you look at the eagle's head there, and there was a die imperfection, and it looks like, well, it's self-explanatory. What's so beautiful is the population on this coin. You look at the 1891 CCs, folks. Well, first of all, here's all the Carson City dollars certified by NGC, and they're arranged by order of total number certified in descending order. The most common is are at the top, the 84 CC you see there. 49,000 have been certified in mint state, and they're in descending order. and you get to the 92cc, a very tough date, only 3,900 graded. The 91cc Spitting Eagle, they've only certified 3,200 examples in brilliant uncirculated condition, almost as tough as the 79cc. So Jack and I thought, you know, eventually we're going to need a 91cc Morgan Dollar to complete the set. But wouldn't this be the perfect 91cc? Wouldn't this be the greatest bonus for our clients? Kimberly's got an example of one here to show you, the obverse of the Spitting Eagle. Beautiful 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety. We have almost 80 examples, just short of 4 complete rolls of this coin, which we can include in the Everest 4 collection. Take a look. Here I have my condition rarity chart for those years in the Morgan series, and at the bottom there you have condition rarity rankings for all the 1890 issues. 1891cc of all varieties, you can see there's over 8,000 graded. Very rare coin. But there you got the 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety, the rarest coin in that group. I mean, if you're going to get a 91cc, this is the one you want to get. A key issue for a very, very tough year in the Morgan Dollar series included in this Everest 4 collection at a great price. Because we didn't have to pay a premium for the Spitting Eagle. In other words, we acquired these Spitting Eagles at what, for Jack, was a once-in-a-lifetime price. I mean, this was better than any 1891cc BU Morgan deal he acquired when he was a buyer at Stax. These 4 rolls. So here we have Everest 4. If you have acquired the first Everest sets, these are 8 dates you need. If you have never acquired one of these collections, this is a perfect time to start, because we have the entire 8-coin set that includes the Spitting Eagle. Here's one I saw on eBay as a comp. Spitting Eagle variety. They want $2,400 for their example. This is a P&G dealer, a Professional Numismatic Guild dealer. P&G dealer, $2,400 just for his Spitting Eagle. We have got the entire set for only $1,495 for all 8 coins. That's not just the Spitting Eagle, that's the entire 8-coin set. $1,495 is the entire set price, and you're going to get it in this custom box, just like Everest 1, 2, and 3. We have almost 80 sets that we can offer until we run out of the Spitting Eagle variety, folks. Until we run out. And we are getting a lot of calls coming in for this one now. This is something that was a long time in the making, because I needed that 8th coin. We had those 7 coins, and I wanted to get an 8th coin that was going to be really, really special, that would make this, you know, whether or not you had purchased any of the other Everest collections, I wanted to make Everest 4 really special at a great, great price. And this came along, and this was just absolutely perfect. I mean, it is one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to get an 1891cc, which is a rare coin in brilliant uncirculated condition, whether or not you have the Spitting Eagle variety. But to get this variety, to be able to offer it without having to pay a premium, so that we are able to offer the entire set at this price, folks. It's just an absolute thrill to be able to finally offer you Everest 4. This is something, again, Jack and I have been working on for many, many months. And the 91cc group came along, and this was absolutely the perfect coin for this absolutely sensational Everest 4 set. There you see the reverse of the 1891cc. Only $1,495. $1,295 for the entire set. We've got a lot of people calling in. We just had one individual buying 3 sets. 3 sets. Thank you very much. That's only $14.95 is $187 a coin. $187 a coin for this amazing Everest 4 collection. And there you see a blow-up of the reverse, of the very, very famous variety there with that die pit that resulted in what looks like, you know, the Spitting Eagle variety, the very, very, very well-known Spitting Eagle variety. Once more, let's go through these, each of these coins once more. Kimberly, one last hand shot on each of these. Again, it starts with the 1880S. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. Got a lot of folks calling in. I don't know, do we have any open lines there? Any open lines? Everybody is busy right now. Hopefully we'll get open lines very soon. Looks like we have one that may be open, just opened up right now. There's the first date in the series, the 1880S. Again, these are all 8 coins are coins that are not in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you have those first 3 sets, these will be additions to the Everest collection. And if you haven't acquired those first 3 sets, Everest 4 is the perfect place to start. You get these beautiful 8 coins, the 1881S, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimens that include the extremely rare 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety. The third coin is the 1882S. Fourth coin, 1883O. Fifth coin, 84O. The sixth date, again, hand selected. Jack and I go through thousands and thousands of Morgan dollars to find the nicest choice examples of all of these dates. A beautiful 85O. There's the seventh date, the 87P. So you got the 80S, the 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O, 87P, and then the eighth coin, the 1891cc, a rare coin in any brilliant condition, but we have today, while we have them, almost 4 rolls of the 1891cc. We've sold almost a roll quantity of sets at this point. Again, we start with almost 4 complete rolls of 1891cc's that we can, with the Spitting Eagle variety, that we can include in this set here. And this is a very, very popular item now, with getting a very, very strong response on this. We do now have an open line, so if you've been trying to get in, now's the time to do it. Call in now. We just went through this one last time. There you see the display case. These sets will come in a beautiful custom wood frame display case to go along with that is a nice match for the other Everest collections. I want to thank you for watching this presentation from Kim and I on these Everest Morgan dollars. This is a project, again, we started with Everest 1, Everest 2, Everest 3. With Everest 4 here, you've got about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection. If you acquired all 4, it's less than $20,000, well under $20,000 for about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection in brilliant uncirculated condition, with many of the tougher dates in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. That's what makes it so special, is that I went through and I looked for all the most undervalued issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. And in Everest 4, we managed to get a little lucky and get the 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety that we're able to include in this set. And again, we didn't pay an extra premium for it. And so we get to offer it to you at just the price of a regular 1891cc. So it's a great series here that we have for you. Thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned for the next presentation coming up. We have something very exciting to show you next. Maska here. From everyone at Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV, I would like to wish you and your family a happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday. I know my silver dollars. Over the years, I have helped my clients assemble some of the finest United States silver dollar sets in the world. Here, for example, there were many awards that my clients have received over the years. Here's one from NGC for the finest Proof Morgan collection that they gave out to a client of mine in the year 2006. Best classic set, Everest Proof Morgan dollars. In fact, one of the coins from that collection is pictured right over here. The 1878 reverse of 79, that is the finest known Proof 64 cameo. That original set has since been broken up, and that coin now is in the current finest set, and it's been regraded. When I originally sold that coin to my client, I told him it was very conservatively graded, and over the last several years, all the grading services have initiated the plus standard in their grading. And the coin has subsequently been regraded to Proof 64 Plus Cameo. And it's extremely rare. There's only perhaps 6 to 10 in existence. That may be the first Proof Morgan dollar to sell for $1 million at some point in the near future. At the time I placed it with the client, it was in the $250,000, $300,000 range, but it's going to be $1 million coin someday. Folks, I know my Morgan dollars. In a more recent presentation just a couple years ago, I urged you folks, my clients, to acquire a collection of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars that featured the 1879S reverse of 78 Morgan as part of the collection I had been offering. When I was offering that collection, that 1879S reverse of 78 was about a $300 coin at that time. Today, just a few years later, that same brilliant uncirculated Morgan 1879S with the reverse of 1878 sells for upwards of $1,000. That coin alone, folks, is now worth about as much as what I had been selling the entire 5-coin set for. I know my silver dollars. And I am telling you that now is the time to acquire the most incredible, most beautiful, breathtaking Proof silver dollar collection I have for you today, folks. Because in the year 2021, the U.S. Mint will make United States numismatic history. It's already been the headlines in publications across our nation. Numismatic articles talking about the new reverse coming for the American Silver Eagle. Here's one headline: New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. Here it shows the original reverse called the Heraldic Eagle reverse that's been used on the American Eagle since it was first struck in 1986. Here's another headline. Big announcement from the United States Mint about the new reverse coming. New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. Collectors on edge for design reveal. What's the new reverse design going to look like? Well, just last week, for the first time, the Mint revealed the new reverse designs, and there's going to be two of them, one for the American Silver Eagle and one for the Gold Eagle. And here will be the new reverse designs of the American Silver Eagle and the American Gold Eagle. Now, these new reverse designs, folks, are truly stunning renditions of the American Eagle. They're among the most beautiful to grace a United States coin. And it's a worthy successor to the heraldic eagle design that it's replacing. I predict this new 2021 American Silver Eagle will experience record demand because not only will established collectors of this series want an example, but there will be millions of Americans, many who may have never owned a rare United States numismatic coin before, who will want to own at least one example. Many people will want to get one for each of their kids or grandkids. There will be so many new collectors of the American Silver Eagle Silver Dollar Series in the years ahead. The American Silver Eagle Dollar Series was first struck on November 24th, 1986. And that coin design, as we have come to know it, has been struck like that since 1986 through the year 2020. It's going to be, again, a new design coming in 2021. Now, the obverse of the design originally came from what we refer to as the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. The Walking Liberty Half Dollar was originally designed by Adolph Weinman during the Renaissance era, and it was first struck in 1916. And here's this example of a Walking Liberty Half Dollar. This one is dated 1942. And this Walking Liberty Half Dollars were struck from 1916 until 1947. The model for that design was a woman by the name of Audrey Munson. We actually have a little documentary on Audrey Munson. And it's considered one of the most beautiful renditions of liberty in the history of United States coinage. Now, the reverse of the American Silver Eagle is what we refer to as the famous heraldic eagle. And it was designed by the last chief engraver of the United States Mint, John Mercanti. Now, this heraldic eagle reverse was first used in the late 1700s. The very first United States silver dollars were struck in 1794. Here's the first year of the very first silver dollar, 1794, and it had what we call the small eagle reverse. And then the following year, they changed the reverse to what we would now refer to as the heraldic eagle. And that was struck until the early 1800s. And I have an actual coin from the early 1800s with the heraldic eagle reverse. Sasha's going to show you the obverse of the coin. This coin is dated 1802. Has some light wear. It's really a beautiful example. It has some very attractive toning for an early silver dollar. Dated 1802. And when we flip it over, we see this heraldic eagle reverse. And this is the basic eagle that John Mercanti used as his design for the American Silver Eagle. Now, folks, the demand for this new American Silver Eagle is going to be historic. There'll, again, be so many new collectors. So imagine in the years ahead, all these millions of collectors who want to build sets of American Silver Eagles. What they're going to find is that the rarest examples were those American Silver Eagles struck in the earliest years of the series, from 1986 into the early 2000s. those are going to be referred as the key dates because it's in those earliest years when the mint really did not have the quality production, the technology available that they have today. When the mint strikes coins today, especially proof American Silver Eagles, they really are state-of-the-art. You buy a proof American Silver Eagle today, and it's usually going to be a proof 69. Many times it'll come back a proof 70, which represents perfection, the highest possible quality. That's a coin that's flawless under high magnification. And a large percentage of the proof American Silver Eagles struck today are of that quality. But back in the first 20 years, most of your proof coins were flawed. I'd like you to take a look at this proof set that I have for you today, folks, of the American Silver Eagles, the complete heraldic eagle set, every year struck in proof from 1986 through 2020 in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Every coin has been reviewed by yours truly. The coins are magnificent. They're so beautiful. Again, with that original designed by Adolf Weinman, sharpened by John Mercanti, you can see every detail. When you look at one of these coins, Liberty is so sharply defined in all its detail, much sharper than the original design. He took the basic design from the Walking Liberty half, and given the modern technology, he was able to bring out so much more detail in this design. And these are proof coins. These are the highest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. That's what proof coins represent. I personally am partial to proof coins because of their beauty and their rarity. Now, most American Silver Eagles that have been struck by the U.S. Mint are not proof coins. They're what we refer to as mint state coins. Here is a mint state American Silver Eagle. You can buy one of these from the U.S. Mint for $1 or $2 over whatever spot silver is at. This is examples in 1998. Most mint state Silver Eagles have marks on them. As you can see on this coin, above In God We Trust, you can see some reading marks and some light scratches there on the coin. That's because these coins were struck. They were dumped into bins. If you bought 20 of them, you got them in rolls like this from the U.S. Mint, where they were simply stacked in the rolls, like this. And these coins were struck in very, very large quantities. In fact, when you look at the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles from 1986, the very first year, 1986, mint state American Silver Eagles, the mint struck about 5.4 million coins. Now, that first year of issue, they had a record number of proofs struck, 1.4 million. That's the highest total ever because it was that first year of issue. They haven't reached that number since. The next year, 1987, the mint issued over 11 million coins in mint state, only 904,000 in proof. And you go down through to the 1980s and 1990s, and again, the mint state issues were 3 to 4 million coins, but on the low end to 10, 11 million coins on the high end. Proof coins, they struck 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 examples. 2000, they only struck 600,000 examples, over 9 million mint state examples. And then in the year 2008, the mint struck a record 20 million examples in mint state, while only 700,000 examples in proof. 2009, there was an explosion in silver. The demand for silver coins was off the charts. The U.S. Mint struck over 30 million mint state silver American Eagles. And they ran out of silver for the proofs, and so they didn't even strike proofs in 2009. And then they resumed in 2010, 34 million, 40 million, 33 million in mint state condition. Proofs have been in the hundreds of thousands. Making a proof coin requires a lot more work than making a mint state coin. These proof coins that you're looking at, folks, the technology, the craftsmanship involved, the labor involved. First of all, to make a proof die, they take the finest dyes and they get a special polishing treatment until those dyes have this beautiful two-toned cameo effect. And they take the finest coin blanks, they give them a special treatment as well, a polishing treatment. And then they slowly feed the blanks into the die. And they strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, they're individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins, like the mint state examples. And these proof coins, to ensure that you get the state of the art, the proof dies are changed much more frequently than the mint state dies. A mint state die might strike tens of thousands of coins before they replace it. A proof die may only strike a few hundred coins before it's replaced with a brand new die, to ensure that every coin you get is a beautiful deep mirror cameo. So it's very labor intensive, it's a lot of work. In fact, if you were to order a proof coin from the US Mint, the cost right now is around $60 to order a proof American Silver Eagle, where again, a mint state example with silver right now around $24, $25 an ounce. A mint state example might cost you $1 or $2 over the cost of the silver, because again, there isn't the work and labor involved in making these mint state coins. So the proof coins are really special. At the same time, they're a lot rarer in high-grade condition than the mint state coins. When you look at the number of mint state coins that have been graded in 6-9 condition compared to the proofs, you can see here that first year, 1986, you had 161,000 mint state Silver Eagles graded in 6-9 condition, only 42,000 of the proofs. But then you go to the later years in the proofs, 1987, only 27,000, only 19,000 in 1988 and 1989. Some years, 1991, only 17,000. For a lot of those early years, there were 10 times more coins graded in mint state 69 than there were in proof 69. It's not until you get into the later years, when the proof making was transferred to the West Point facility, when the quality really began to improve, when you saw more proof coins in really high-grade condition. It's these earliest years you're looking at, folks, that are highlighted in red, that are the key dates in the series. In these earliest years, again, the Mint, in those earliest years, struck proof coins first at the San Francisco Mint from 1986 to 1992, so you see the S Mint mark there. And then from 1993 to 2000, they struck the American Silver Eagles in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they switched to the West Point Mint. And that's when the quality really began to improve. But in those earliest years, I've got some examples from those earliest years. These were some of the quality control problems. Even though you had really low mintages. Here's a 1994 set. This is how a proof set was issued from the US Mint when you ordered one. It came in a very nice box, kind of a velvet box here, and you opened it up. It's encapsulated for protection, okay? But you look at this proof coin, and you could see white spotting all along the perimeter and in the fields of the coin. A lot of that is due to incomplete, improper washing of the coin blanks. A lot of time there was a soap residue left on the coin blanks that was not properly cleaned or washed from the blank when that blank went into the die. And when that blank went into the die with that soap residue left on the blank, the die pressure, when you had over 200 tons of die pressure coming down to strike that coin, that residue struck into the surface of the coin. And so you had so many of these American Silver Eagles. Here's another one. This was This was from the early years at the West Point Mint. You still have these problems on occasion, even at the West Point Mint. Here's one. This is a 2003, and you could see the spotting on that coin in back of Liberty. I'll show you one more. Here's a 1987 San Francisco issue. A lot of spotting in back of Liberty. And then you had customers or clients, collectors who would order these coins from the mint. They'd see the spotting and they would try to remove it. They would try, some would actually try to scrub that spotting off the coin, and in the process, they would hairline, actually absolutely destroy the coin. Here's a 1997 that's been harshly cleaned in the owner's attempt to remove that spotting. You know, the coin's basically, at this point, just worth the silver. You know, it's destroyed. And that's the problem with so many of these early proof coins. Now, folks, this is the time to acquire this incredible set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. You've got these early dates. Take a look at this set. These are hand-selected. Now is the time to acquire these while we're able to get these key dates. These key dates, especially the S mints and the P mints, are getting so difficult to find in the condition you see them in. We have the entire set, folks, for $96.91 a coin. Think about that, $96.91 a coin for the entire 34-coin set. In other words, $3,295 for the entire Heraldic Eagle set from 1986 to 2000. Now is the time to acquire these sets while you can still get these early key dates for such a collector-friendly price. And there's a 94P. Look at that. They only struck 372,000 examples. Only 18,000 have been certified in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And folks, you're getting the finest 69 Ultra Cameos. This is all about buying coin and not the holder. Again, I review every example to make sure it's a Proof 69. A Proof 69, folks, is a coin that looks flawless when it's inspected by the grader at the grading service. The highest possible grade you can get on one of these coins is Proof 70. Proof 70, or Mint State 70, represents perfection under high magnification. These Proof 69s, when the graders get one of these coins, what that basically represents is a coin that, under initial inspection with their naked eye, looks flawless. They then pull the coin aside and study it under higher magnification. And if under that higher magnification they find a flaw, it gets a grade of Proof 69. If under that higher magnification it's still flawless, it then gets a grade of Proof 70, or MS 70. Now, MS 70s, Proof 70s go for moon money, folks. Here's just a few examples of some Mint State coins that have sold over the years in 70 condition. A 1999, just that one coin, sold for over $27,000. A 1988 sold for almost $10,000. This is what it sold for in auction. A 1990 sold for over $13,000. This last one, 1991, MS-70 sold for $34,500 in auction for those Mint State examples. And here we have Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect grade and the perfect price point. $3,295 for the entire set. And it's available on the 2-payment option. These sets are getting so difficult to assemble in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The Proof sets are at least 10 times more difficult to assemble than the Mint State sets because of the low mintages and all those quality control issues you have in these early dates in the series. When you find these early dates the first year of issue, the 1986. That's a fair market value. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $225. Again, that's one of the most common dates in the series that has the highest mintage. It's $225. But then when you get to a tougher date, here's a 1993. This is one of the lowest mintage dates in the series, with a mintage of only 405,000 coins. $1,000 for that coin alone. That's a P&G dealer, okay? Really a top dealer in the country. $1,000 for a 1993 in 6.9 Deep Cameo, which is PCGS's equivalent to the NGC Ultra Cameo designation. So it's the same grade. 6.9 Ultra Cameo for $1,000. Again, it's an early key date, low mintage. Another early key date, 1994, one of the lowest mintages of all. Certainly from that early era, only 372,000 examples were struck. And here's a Proof 69, $1,000, again, with a dealer with virtually 100% positive feedback. So just those 3 coins alone, you're over $2,200. Here's the next year, 1995P. Very, very tough date, $300. Here's a 99P, 549,000 struck, $200. Here's an individual selling the 32 coin set, which goes from 1986 to 2018. Again, we have the complete set from 1986 to 2020. And they want, for that 32 coin set, $39.99, $4,000. Mid-state sets, here's a mid-state set from 1988 to 2005. Again, the mid-state examples are not as hard to get at MS69 as the proofs. Here's a mid-state set for $3,500 that goes only from 1988 to 2005. There is so much potential in these early year American Silver Eagles. So to get this heraldic eagle set now is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a small window of opportunity to acquire top-quality, eye-appealing rarities for under $100 a coin. Put half down today, $1,647.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. Folks, do yourself a favor, just get one of these sets while we have them. They're not going to get any cheaper at $32.95 a set. This is a no-brainer. I hope you take advantage of it. An incredibly beautiful set, the American Silver Eagle Heraldic Eagle 34 coin collection for only $3,295. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. Rick Tomaska, your host here. I gave a presentation recently on the American Silver Eagle set with the Heraldic Eagle Reverse from 1986 to 2020. A historic set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo that we have for only $3,295. It's an incredible opportunity. And it's a really buy it now opportunity because this is a set that's growing by leaps and bounds in popularity. And it's most important because in the year 2021, the Mints announced that it's going to have a new reverse for the American Silver Eagle. And just last week, they unveiled the new reverses, one they'll be using for the American Gold Eagle and one for the American Silver Eagle. They're going to be beautiful designs. Folks, these series are incredibly popular. The American Silver Eagles is not just popular among new collectors, but so many dealers I've known for 30, 35 years who specialized in Morgan dollars and the finest Morgan dollar collections, who have been calling me for these finest American Eagles, and they especially are attracted to the proof examples. Now, the vast majority of American Silver Eagles that are struck, I'd say, probably about 95% of the American Eagles that are struck are the mint state variety. These coins are struck off of regular dies. The dies don't receive any kind of special preparation, any kind of special polishing. The coins are struck once, they're dumped into bins. If you order them from the mint in quantity, they come in rolls. The coins can be acquired from the mint for just a couple dollars over the value of the silver content. The proof coins, on the other hand, are struck in very limited numbers. It's a lot of work creating a proof coin. A proof coin is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. The mint's been striking proof coins now since the early 1800s, but it's over the last 40 years or so when they've really perfected the art of proof making, where they take these dies and they polish them until they have a mirror-like perfection in the fields. And the devices have an intense frosted cameo effect. And they slowly feed the blanks into the die, and they strike the blank at least twice under higher pressure, so that every detail of that design is struck into the coin as the mint intended. And most importantly, the coins are individually handled once struck. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. And now these dies, these proof dies, at the slightest hint of wear are then replaced. They may have only struck a few hundred examples, but if they are showing any sign of wear, they're immediately replaced with a brand new die. Unlike the mint state dies, which may strike tens of thousands of coins before they're replaced. So it's a very labor-intensive process, and they're struck in very limited numbers. Proof examples, when you look at these coins and compare a proof American Silver Eagle to a mint state American Silver Eagle, it's night and day. Now, folks, when we look at these mintage figures, I never bothered to add up the entire mintages for the mint state and proof ASEs. But if you added up all the mint state ASEs, it'd probably come to somewhere around 500 million coins over the entirety of the series. For the entire proof ASE series, I think you're probably looking at somewhere around 20, 25 million coins total for the entire proof ASE series. You can see a lot of dates there where they only struck a few 100,000 coins. I mean, they struck as many coins for the entire proof ASE series as you look at some of the later dates in the mint state series where they struck more coins in 1 year in the later dates there, you know, where they struck 30, 34 million, 40 million coins in some years in the mint state series, more in 1 year than for the entire proof series. So right there, that makes these proof ASEs really special. And to get a set in 6.9 Ultra Cameo for $32.95 is they're not going to get any cheaper, folks. I mean, if you can swing one of those sets for $32.95, now is the time to acquire them. What I have here in this presentation, I only have a few of these sets, is the ultimate. I have a handful of sets in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And folks, I'll tell you, I have so many Morgan dollar specialists who call me on a regular basis looking for these coins in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And they have a lot of experience in silver dollars, in Morgan silver dollars, piece dollars, and they've handled them for decades. And they know that there are a lot of coins that decades ago they could have acquired for so much less than what the coins are going for today. And they see that taking place in these proof ASEs. These coins, proof 70 Ultra Cameo, folks. Now, to give you an idea of the difficulty of these coins, first of all, they're all NGC. Every coin is NGC, and every coin has an Everest Selections seal on it. The Everest Selections seal means that I have reviewed every coin so that it is flawless to the naked eye. A flawless, perfect coin. And that's so very, very important because there are coins out there in 70 holders that are obviously not flawless. And I've got a couple examples that Sasha's going to show you. They happen to be mid-state American Silver Eagles. One's graded by NGC, one's graded by PCGS, so this is nonpartisan. And you can see the MS-70, if we can get a close-up shot of it, has some toning developed around the rim, and there's a little spotting in the fields. And if we flip it over, what does that look like? Some really serious toning issues on the reverse, and yet it's in an MS-70 holder. And then you've got the coin to the right, graded by PCGS, in an MS-70 holder, and you can see some obvious spotting in the fields there. It's very important that you know every coin has been reviewed by yours truly so that the quality in the holder matches the grade on the holder. And I'm offering this set today basically at the same prices I offer these coins to other dealers at. Now these the coins you see right here. If you look at what they've sold for in auctions over the years, and I'm just going to go over a handful of dates. This has got to be a short presentation because, again, I only have a handful of these complete sets in 70 because of the early dates. It's the early S mints and the early P mints and the early West Point mints that are really the rarest, toughest to get in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. And we're going to go through a few of these comps real quickly. The first year of issue, 1986, there's one that sold in auction for $29.90, just the one coin. Here's a 1987. Sold for $27.60. The next year of issue, there's a 1988, over $2,000. Here's a 1991, over $1,600. 1992, $1,380. That's what it sold in auction for. These are auction realized prices, folks, for the most part. There's a 1993 that sold for over $4,600. I'm going to show you the PCGS and NGC pops in just a second so you'll understand why these go for such premiums. Here's a 1994, $3,250. Key date. These are the early key dates, folks. That's why they go for such premiums. A 1996 that sold in auction for $920. A 97 that sold for $1,044. A 98 that sold for $1,782. A 99 that sold for $1,400. First year of the West Point issue, 2001, that sold for $4,830. I have sold the entire West Point Heraldic Eagle set from 2001 to 2020, folks, for under $3,000 for the entire set. And yet you see that first year of issue, which sold for in auction for over $4,830. Now those coins that you saw, those were just 12 dates in the series. 12 tough dates, but 12 dates out of the 34. And it comes to $28,637 just for those 12 dates. But again, let's look at the pops. These are the tough dates. And you'll notice in those early years, the NGC coins in 70, how much tougher they are to get in 70 Ultra Cameo than the PCGS graded examples. The populations are about half those of the PCGS examples in those early years. You have dates like the 1991S, only 1,356 graded, folks. 1,356 graded. 92S, only 1,683. 93P, key year at the Philadelphia Mint, only 1,300 graded. 94, virtually identical, about 1,300 coins. Then you get to that West Point year, that first year at the West Point Mint. That's the lowest pop for the West Point Mint, 5,900 coins. As you go into 2003, 2004, 2005, you see more 70s as the quality control and the technology at the West Point Mint improved to the point where more and more coins were absolutely flawless that were struck at the West Point Mint. So you get to the last years at the West Point Mint, and you see populations where they have certified 24,000 in 2011, 32,000 in 2014, 2020. that just came out, and they've already certified 61,000 examples. Because again, the quality, the technology at the Mint today, at the West Point Mint, is so advanced that the coins are just outstanding. So, I've got this entire set. The important thing now is with this exploding popularity in the American Silver Eagle series, with the new reverses coming out in 2021, I have the entire Heraldic Eagle set with these early rare dates. These rare dates that are going to be so valuable in the years and decades ahead, folks. This is a ground floor opportunity. I have the entire set for $320.59 a coin. That comes to $10,900. Now that's a lot of money when you look at it. Well, $10,900 is a lot of money. But that's for 34 coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And these are silver dollars with a full ounce of silver. They're much larger than Morgan dollars. Morgan dollars have about 7/10 of an ounce of silver. These American Silver Eagles are the largest silver dollars ever struck by the U.S. Mint. Again, with a full ounce of silver, all in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The entire set for $10,900, $320.59 a coin. I have a limited quantity of these. We have a lot of people calling in. Folks, if you can't swing the entire $10,900 amount today, I want everybody who would like to take advantage of this opportunity to be able to do so. And what we've done is extended this opportunity into a 3-payment program. So all you have to do is put 1/3 down today. Call in now. Put 1/3 down today of $3,633.33, and we will hold one of these sets for you. You will be locked in at this price of $10,900. Even if 2 months from now, I have to end up paying $200 or $300 or $400 or $500 more for some of these dates. Because again, some of these early rare dates are getting harder to find by the week. You will be locked in at the $10,900 price. The second payment in 30 days, the final payment in 60 days. But put the 1/3 down now, and we will hold one of these sets for you and lock you in at that price, $10,900 for the entire Heraldic Eagle set. Again, if you just tuned in, Mint made a major announcement, and they finally unveiled the new reverses of the American Silver Eagle and American Gold Eagle that will be coming out in the year 2021. So what I have is the Heraldic Eagle set. The original American Silver Eagles with the Heraldic Eagle reverse, struck from 1986 to 2020. And what makes this set so important, it includes those earliest years struck at the San Francisco Mint and the Philadelphia Mint, when the technology was not advanced and perfected like it was today, when it was very rare to get a coin in Proof 69 and extremely rare to get a coin in Proof 70. And here I have these sets, just a handful of these sets, that includes those earliest years, every date in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And I have the entire set for only $10,900. Again, that comes out to $320.59 a coin. It's available on the 3-payment option. We have several people calling in. We have a limit on the number of sets that I can offer at this price of $10,900. I've got to cut this presentation now. Again, we cannot oversell this by more than a few sets because of the replacement costs and the difficulty of getting these early dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. So call in now if you can swing the 3rd down, and we'll hold one of these sets and lock you in at that price, $10,900 for the Heraldic Eagle set from 1986 to 2020, the 34 coin collection. Thank you for watching this presentation, folks. This is what I specialize in, folks. This is what I really love to do, to offer you as a collector, from a fellow collector, incredibly eye-appealing coins, the highest possible quality. Every coin personally reviewed by me with my Everest seal on it. Incredibly eye-appealing, top quality coins with a tremendous rarity for such a collector-friendly price with tremendous, tremendous future potential. So please, call in now. We have a limited number of these sets. There's a limited additional number of these sets that I can assemble at this price. But if you call in now and put your 1/3 down today, you get locked in at that $10,900 price, folks. This is a small, narrow window of opportunity. This is a set, you know, when these 2021 American Silver Eagles come out with these new reverses, there'll be so many new collectors who will want to collect these coins, hundreds and thousands of new collectors, and they'll want to collect the entire set. And it's these earliest key dates that will be most in demand and have the greatest value in the years ahead. Thank you for watching.
From everyone here at Rare Collectibles TV, I'd like to wish you and your family a happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday.
I'm James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Sit down because you're going to faint. You are absolutely not going to believe what we came up with. The hardest coin in the world to get right now. It's a silver eagle. It's a very special coin. It's the only one of its kind. There has never been another one like it. And we're talking about a series of coins that have been issued continuously since 1986. It's the American Silver Eagle dollar, the largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint has ever issued. And we have the special anniversary one. This is the one that honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of World War II with a special issue coin. Now, let's just set the table, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a huge event. This was a sellout faster than any coins ever sold out anywhere. This is big. Most people aren't going to get one. It's a very low mintage. What are we talking about? Well, for 2020, struck at the West Point Mint, the U.S. Mint has issued for the first and only time ever a silver eagle with a unique privy mark. This is a pre-sale. The coins are on the way in. Now, this was highly restricted mintage, and the ordering was very limited, and it sold out lickety-split. So if you didn't get one, you are in the right place because we have the coins in the absolute highest grade attainable, a perfect grade of Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the highest designation a coin can get. There you see, blown up, the actual privy mark, and this is very special. This coin honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of the American Allies and the United States of America in World War II over Nazi Germany and Japan. Now, it's got an unusual shape to it, and that shape is actually the shape of the rainbow pool at the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. That's an aerial view of the rainbow pool. So it's a very special, never been done before. Now, this is important. I'm going to tell you why in a second. First of all, I think we really need to get to what a privy mark is. So if you'll allow me, I will read you the definition of a privy mark from the United States Mint. And it says here that this year, the U.S. Mint will issue a 75th anniversary of World War II Silver Eagle with a privy mark. And it says here in general terms, a privy mark is a symbol that communicates information about a coin's production. So right there, that will let you know that this is highly restricted mintage and the one and only privy marked Silver Eagle ever to be struck. Now, this is not the first time that privy marks or additional marks have been used on coins. And I'll show you one on a really early edition, a really early coin. This is a seeded Liberty $50 from 1852 with the rays and the arrows added to the coin. And that in itself was a symbol that served the same function as a privy mark by communicating information about production. When they changed, you see the arrows and the rays there on the coin, the rays of the sun going around the eagle's wings, and the arrows in the talons are indicative of a change in the design of that coin. It's also known as a privy mark. Oh, and there are lots of examples of privy marks all over the world, but never before has there been a privy marked American silver eagle. This is one special coin. So I want to show you why the coin is just so darn special. First of all, this was a really fast sellout, one of the quickest sellouts ever at the U.S. Mint. And here's why. Right here, you have a real simple breakdown of the business strikes of the American Silver Eagle. And there's over 500 million of them versus the collector strikes, the proof strikes. And you see that number in red, only 27,220,163 of the collector coins. Now, never mind that all the business strikes have become collector coins as well. But I don't want to muddle up the information. But we have two different strikes for an American Silver Eagle. A business strike or a mint state, kind of like a Morgan dollar. And then the collector's version. These coins are specially prepared, specially struck, have very limited mintages. This is one of the most special issues of any collector version ever issued by the U.S. Mint because it is the only one of its kind. Now, I want you to take a really quick look at what a 2020 West Point struck Silver Eagle will look like without the privy mark. This is big news, ladies and gentlemen. This has never happened before, and this makes this coin an extremely limited special issue. Now, you see right there on the obverse in the field, on the right, there is no privy mark. Now, that's a very special coin. It's a Proof 70. It is not, however, the special issue that sold out lickety-split, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is you won't get that coin. You're going to get the special one with the special privy mark. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. The very first anniversary set for the Silver Eagle was the 20th anniversary, 2006. And I want you to note the mintage, 248,875. And it was an immediate sellout. That was a 3-coin anniversary set. Now, the next anniversary was the 25th anniversary in 2011, and that set was a 5-coin set, and it had an extremely low mintage, 99,882. Next was the 2012 San Francisco 75th anniversary 2-coin set with a mintage of 281,000. And West Point, the next year in 2013, had a 75th anniversary as well, where 235,000 coins were issued. Now, as you go down a little bit, you're going to see the coin we're talking about today. The 2020 World War II 75th anniversary privy mark, the only one of its kind, 75,000 is the mintage, and that is so low. Look where it falls on the rarity chart. It is bested only by the 1995 W Proof, a $25,000, $30,000 coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade like we have the World War II privy. And from 2019, the enhanced reverse proof with a mintage of 30,000. Those are the only 2 lower mintages in the history of the program. So the World War II instant sellout. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a special coin that everybody wants to get. At over 500 million mint states and over 24 million proofs, the world is full of millions of Silver Eagle collectors. And there, unfortunately, for millions of people who never got an opportunity to get this coin, who were shut out, this is what we're doing right now. Here is your chance to get the coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade, the highest grade a coin can attain. The grade of Proof 70, the definition is perfect. a flawless coin under extreme magnification, absolutely no imperfections, a perfect condition coin. If you missed out, we have this coin in the highest proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade for $1,895. And I got to tell you, we're going to split the payments in two payments of $947.50. It's a first release. The end of World War II, 75th anniversary, the only Silver Eagle with a Privy Mark. I mentioned a little while ago that any Silver Eagle in a high grade has become a collector coin, whether it be business strikes or proofs, because with such a long series, this series began in 1986, and with such a long series, it outlasts the Morgan dollar even. There are more collectors for this coin than any coin series the U.S. has ever issued. Millions of collectors and hardly any coins for all those collectors. And just to prove it to you, I want to show you what mintages are like for the Silver Eagle in mint state. Beginning from the very beginning in 1986, those are the mintages every year of the business strikes. And there are so many collectors for these coins. Now, as you go down just a little bit, 1996, stop right there. That is the key date business struck American Silver Eagle. The mintage is 3.6 million. It is an extremely collected coin. In fact, I'm going to stop for a second. I want to show you when you can achieve a perfect grade of 70, like our 70 grades. This is what you're up against with a coin that has a mintage of 3,600,000, not 75,000 like the Privy Mark. This Privy Mark coin is going to set the world on fire. But I found a 1996 in the ultimate grade. And I want to show, and that coin's a bargain. That coin right there at $4,777 is a really rare coin, but I got to tell you, mintage-wise, can't even come close to the Privy Mark, and it's almost $4,800. Now, here's the second part of the table for the mintages of the business-struck Silver Eagles, and I want you to notice, in 2015, it reached its apex, its zenith, at 47 million coins struck. And I can tell you something. There's not one of those coins sitting on the shelf at the U.S. Mint. They're all out there in collectors' hands, all out there in the world. And you can see how many millions of Silver Eagles each year are purchased. And then when we get to the collector's versions, the mintages are so much lower. And don't forget, the Privy Mark for 2020, the one and only coin that honors the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, the victory of World War II. That coin with a mintage of 75,000 is already one of the most dynamic. It's unique. It's the only one. Oh, this is amazing. I don't even have one of these coins. Nobody I know, and you know what? They restricted the limit you could get. So very few coins are going to be coming to Rare Collectibles TV with the ultimate grade of a Proof 70, a perfect grade. So I'm telling you, if you love Silver Eagles, if you have them going back to 1986, if you've collected every one of those great proof sets and mint state sets that Rick has been selling, you got to have this coin because you're up against thousands and thousands of collectors who did not even get one of these coins. So don't miss out because this is probably going to be your only opportunity. And that's not a scare tactic. That is just fact. Take a look right here at where this coin falls in the list of all of those great collectible proof strikes between 1986 and 2020. And you look at their mintages. And then as you go down, you see that hardly any coins. There are only two that had a lower mintage at 75,000. This is amazing. This is really the ultimate in a Silver Eagle. I never thought I would see the U.S. Mint issue a Privy Mark coin. Never. I mean, this is just amazing. In 1994, just 1 year before the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the Silver Eagle program, or of the Eagle program, the U.S. Mint issued a collector's version dated 1994 and struck at Philadelphia. Now, the amazing thing about this coin in terms of the Privy Mark is that this coin had a mintage of over 370,000. It's one of the key date coins. And it is rare. And that coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade, right now you can find that coin for about $3,000. If you really look hard, that's a good deal. $3,000. That mintage of 372,168 is the mintage of the 1994. This Privy Mark proof has a mintage of 75,000, $1,895, and you can split that payment. It isn't just the proof American Silver Eagles that are so popular. 1996, as I showed you, the key date in the mint state or the business struck Silver Eagles with 3.6 million. There's a coin that brought almost $4,800. Now in 1999, I found a mint state, perfect grade. 1999 was not a small mintage. It was about 3 times the mintage of the 1996. But there's a 1999 in a perfect 70 grade, graded by NGC for $11,700. And let's look up the mintage of the 1999 in a business strike. 7,408,640. One of the reasons why I point out those coins with such a higher mintage and what they sell for today is because as time has gone on, those coins have become increasingly hard to get. But I'll tell you, there's only going to be one opportunity to get a first release, to get a perfect Proof 70, and in fact, to get this coin in the highest grade attainable. And that's right here, right now, for $1,895. So I hope I got you going, because I'm going. I want to get one of these coins. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale. And I can tell you, I want to warn you, the mintage was really low. The sellout was less than 90 minutes. Think about that. Every collector who wanted one of these coins did not get one. This mintage could have been 1 million and it would have sold out lickety-split. It is unique. So let's go over all the major points. Number 1, it is the only Privy Mark Silver Eagle ever struck. Number 2, the reverse. This is something we haven't mentioned yet. But the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar that had John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic reverse of the American silver dollar that was issued between 1798 and 1804. That reverse, which was a tribute to those original heraldic eagle reverses by John Mercanti, is being retired. It is going away. So on this Privy Mark Silver Eagle, you are getting the last of those reverses. It will never be done again. Next year, it will disappear. So it's been collected heavily without the Privy Mark because news got out that the reverse is being retired, the original reverse. So that is big news. So you get so much. You get one of the last. You get an original that absolutely will never be done before, and you get one of the lowest mintages and also a perfect grade. This coin has everything. For those of you who are not aware, John Mercanti designed the reverse of the American Silver Eagle in 1986. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act, which authorized the U.S. government to begin striking the American Eagles. And from that moment in 1986, when the first coins hit the scene, it has been collected heavily. And the collectors they've just grown and grown and grown every single year, every single decade. Where we're at today is a collection of coins from 1986 to the present time, and so many collectors looking to own a single piece of every single year. Well, this one is going to be one of the hardest to get, maybe even the hardest of all, because it is unique, the only one with a Privy Mark. So you have the Liberty Coin Act, then we fast forward to 2020, nearly an instant sellout. And by the way, have you seen the news articles? I have another one here. It says that the U.S. Mint was overwhelmed by World War II American Eagle sales. They could not keep up with demand. Just blew the doors right off the U.S. Mint. That's the coin that we're offering right now for $1,895. The uniqueness of an American Silver Eagle, this is not the first time there's been a really unique coin. 1995, when the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program was honored, there was a special West Point struck silver dollar. It had a really low mintage, 30,125. Well, that coin has grown in popularity. In 2019, the U.S. Mint issued another really special coin. It was an enhanced reverse proof. It had a very low mintage, 30,000. It's the lowest mintage of all. And of course, the sellout, forget about it. But this coin, with a mintage of 75,000, the only coin with a privy mark that has ever been issued in this series, was a faster sellout than either of the two that I just mentioned to you. And a completely unique coin, unlike any other. All those great special issues were fantastic because not one of them had a privy mark. So you are owning something so special. I mean, this coin, I've been doing a lot of research on this coin because it is recently released. And there are multitudes of collectors who are upset. They didn't get an opportunity to get one of these coins. It just happened too quickly. And you know what they were upset about? They're upset that the U.S. Mint did not issue this coin with a much higher mintage. Think of this. In World War II, you know how many American soldiers fought in World War II? About 2 million. Can you believe that? 2 million American soldiers. Think about the descendants. Think about all of us whose grandfathers or fathers fought in World War II. And the chance to own a silver dollar that honors that service. That's why collectors are screaming that there weren't 1 million or 2 million or 5 million of these coins. So every single family member and every single collector, this transcends even coin collectors. This is a chance to honor a legacy. This is all about the greatest generation. This is all about World War II. This is all about the sacrifices that were made to bring us to this point. But in the end, it's about numismatics because we're coin collectors, right? So when a coin is issued to honor one of the seminal events in human history, the end of World War II, with only 75,000, and it sold out like that, here's your opportunity to get a coin. And think about this. In a perfect grade, not every coin is going to grade that way because perfection is hard to achieve. And the U.S. Mint is the best at striking coins of any mint in the whole entire world. Nobody does it better than the U.S. Mint. The time, the techniques, the technology, the artistry, the experience, it's all at the U.S. Mint, and still, you're never guaranteed to get a perfect issue. Every one of these will be graded as a first release, will be graded a perfect proof 70, and will be one of the small, limited 75,000 that sold out. And I keep snapping my fingers because literally that's all it took. In this day and age, it upset so many people that they couldn't get a coin. I hope that we can make everybody feel like they are getting one of the greatest silver dollars that will ever be issued. There will never be another one like this. Have I said that enough times? There will never be another one like this. Now, I'm not trying to be redundant, but ladies and gentlemen, when you see coins whose mintage, I mean, here is a coin right there on a comp of a 1999 American Silver Eagle in a perfect graded mint state 70. The mintage of that coin is over 7 million. The selling price, $11,700. You got to take this opportunity to get a coin, not with a mintage of 7.4 million, but 75,000 in an absolute perfect grade as a first release for $1,895. Something really rare in the highest grade, a retiring reverse, and a one and only opportunity to get the one and only privy marked American Silver Eagle dollar. Does this coin have everything or what? I'm telling you, folks, don't miss out on this deal. One last time, $1,895. A split pay is available, $947.50. Ask your sales associate, they'll explain it all to you. And I have to say that as a pre-sale, the phones are going to light up like Christmas, okay? Don't miss the opportunity to own the one and only American Privy Mark World War II commemorative silver American Eagle. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for watching Rare Collectibles TV, and I hope to see you really soon. Be good.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Tamaska here.